Good morning and welcome to our second day of Big Data and AI Forum. The activities, we will start with the first panel for today devoted on digital health, and later it will follow about future cities and disinformation we are working on. So the activities in digital health domain at GATE are in developing and deploying artificial intelligence, machine learning, biostatistics and bioinformatics methods to biomedical problems, especially those related to cognitive diseases. And our main focus is Alzheimer's disease that affects millions of people in the world. Uh, its causes are mostly unknown, and currently it's not possible to reverse the cognitive decline, although a new medication was recently approved. And different types of data are typically collected during the Alzheimer's disease studies: phenotype data, genetic data, imaging, there are a lot of data, and gaining insight from this available data requires analytical skills and competencies in many fields, and this is not possible to be done by one team only. Because of that, at GATE, we're working together with our partners and colleagues from leading universities like Stanford, Oxford, and Chalmers. And now in this session, you'll see one of these, some of these collaborations. And being a big data institute, GATE in digital health domain, we are working really on the large data sets. For example, for some of our projects, we plan to process more than 5,000 terabytes of 500, terabytes of data, of genetic data from Alzheimer's disease patients and healthy controls. So we also simulated many thousands of databases of synthetic data and imputed data. And in this panel today, our lead in digital health domain in GATE, Diane Palejev, will describe some of our projects and in more detail and together with our partners. So with this, I will give the floor to Diane to moderate this panel.
Thank you, Professor Ilieva. Indeed, the Alzheimer's disease poses various problems that require different points of view and different competences. And for that reason, today we have colleagues with various backgrounds and competences that will talk about different technologies, methodologies, and approaches to various problems that are related to the diseases. First, we have our keynote speaker, Alex Urban, who is an associate professor in psychiatry and behavioral sciences and in genetics at Stanford. And of course, for that reason, and given our interest in cognitive diseases, it is not a surprise that we are collaborating with him and his group. And of course, his talk would be on genetics, namely complex structural variants in the human genome. Alex, please.
Fantastic, thank you. Thanks for the introduction and the invitation to participate in this event. Thank you very much. I don't see my slides yet. Are they up, and I just don't see them, or? There they are. Very good. Let me quickly try the. Let's see. Yep, I can now. Yeah, very good. Good. And I'll start my timer here. Yes, I want to talk about complex SVs, complex structural variants. But before I do that, I want to spend just a few slides kind of framing the background a little bit. And since I have a tendency to meander a bit, I threw a couple of bullet points here to achieve that framing. And my point is that while on the one hand, standard whole genome sequencing analysis of human genomes is now readily available and being carried out in large numbers, and also moving in the clinic in the context of digital health, but Standard whole genome sequencing defined as short reads at 30 to 40x genome coverage and then standard analysis pipelines will actually miss many types of sequence variants, for example, in repeat regions, haplotypes, and the complex SVs. And even long read whole genome sequencing can only partially remedy this. And but the good news is, and in that context, I would then want to also talk about SVs, is that we can develop advanced approaches, either experimental, computational, or both, that can then help us and allow us to reveal types of genome variation that is currently invisible when doing standard whole genome sequencing analysis. Let's see, next slide here. So I don't have a pointer, but looking at this, breakdown of the human genome sequence, you see in the lower right, the 2% of protein coding genes. And then basically the whole, more than half, when you look at where it says lines, the red part, all the way over to segmental duplications, 5%. That part is inaccessible to standard whole genome sequencing to date. And I want to show very briefly mention two other projects that we recently completed, where one can remedy this by developing advanced either computational or experimental or combined approaches. And that's a bit self-serving that I show these two things from our lab, but I know them well, and I think they serve well to in the context of this framing purpose. So one, you see here somatic line 1 insertions in human neurons and glia. So again, going back one slide, you see line 1s make up to 20% of the human genome. And you will actually get reads, if you look in panel A here, that span both the unique sequence and line 1 insertions, either existing ones or novel insertions. But the standard pipelines will throw that out. There are pipelines that then look for that, that you can add on already in to find germline insertions. But it gets really tricky because these line 1 transposons also sometimes jump in somatic tissue. So they are present then only in a fraction of the cells from which you extract your DNA. And so we developed this machine learning based approach. We use this pedigree data on the right here to train the model. I don't have time to go over any of the details, but the bottom line is at the bottom when we do that, and we did extensive quality control of this because it's an extremely noisy problem. That we can now confidently detect line 1 insertions in somatic genome sequences, even if they're present in only as little as 1% of the cells from which we sample the DNA. And we've been applying that to brains, to DNA extracted from autopsy brains across a variety of neurodevelopmental and neuropsychiatric conditions. And we find, we confirm what was already known, that yes, these line 1 insertions occur somatically in human brains, but they actually occur because you can trace them across both hemispheres. They are present in both glia and neurons, and they are present at relatively small, lower frequencies, we find now, below 1% to up to 14%, but they insert often in very interesting functional regions of the human genome. And I don't have time, that's an entire separate talk. But so that's one example for advanced analysis methods of whole genome sequencing data. I'm trying next slide. Oh, here we go. Let me see, one back again, and then here we go. Yeah, very good. And then the other example on the lower right, this bioRxiv manuscript, where we developed something called CTLR-seq, which is basically a combination of CRISPR-Catch and long read sequencing and short read sequencing. And we developed that to address the problem of analyzing segmental duplications, which you see kind of in the upper left here. 5% of the human genome, and specifically the human genome, are made up of these segmental duplications. They are very interesting in the context of actual variation analysis, and they're effectively impenetrable to genomic analysis. You see here whole genome sequencing data from 6 people, 3 controls, and 3 patients with a very large deletion on chromosome 22. And you see you get fairly clean signal outside of the sec dupes. You see in red these boxes at the bottom of the graph, sec dupes. Right, and outside you can see where there's 2 copy numbers and 1 copy numbers in the data. But where the sec dupes are, you get basically just these firestorms of signal, and you can't determine anything. And so, for example, we can't tell when we look at these 3 patients, where actually do their deletions start and end? And this is an uncertainty of up to 800,000 base pairs between these 3 patients. And so so what we did here is we came with this scheme where we do CRISPR as cutting of DNA that has been extracted from cells, is immobilized in an electrophoresis gel, and then we cut out the SEC-dupe regions that we want to look at. We run the pulse field gel, we switch the current, we extract the DNA, only that part of the genome that we want. We basically throw away the rest of the genome and we extract these 400,000 base pairs where the deletion happened, and that is SEC-dupe sequence. And then we sequence that with long reads, assemble, and pile short reads on top. And then we can resolve these regions now that were previously inaccessible to analysis. So so now on to the complex SVs. So now thinking of the other almost half of the genome, right? That starts with protein coding genes and then going clockwise up to miscellaneous heterochromatin. So these non-repetitive parts of the human genome, for those we have fairly good, when you do whole genome sequencing, short read whole genome sequencing, we have very good, actually very robust analysis pipeline, point mutations and small indels, and also for non-complex SVs. So you see on the left there, you have translocations and deletions and duplications and insertions. And we can call these fairly well now, no, quite well actually, as long as they're simple SVs, meaning they have only two breakpoints. They have a start and an endpoint, and then something happened to a long stretch of DNA sequence in between. And these are often very disease relevant. But we've known for years that complex SVs are present in the human genome. We just couldn't do much about them. And so a complex SV is defined as an SV that has more than two breakpoints. It's at least two, but often more distinct SV signatures in a single mutational event. And what you see here are three examples of actual complex SVs that ARC-SV, the algorithm that I want to present a bit about, did pull out of two genomes that we had. You see the publications at the bottom there, had studied in great detail with it. For example, on top, the example you see there, the segment C has been inverted and B and D have been deleted, right? But then it also can get really complicated more to the bottom. So this is not a trivial task to achieve with the existing algorithms for reasons that I don't have time to explain. However, this is a timely topic. People are now turning towards this in the field of genome sequence analysis. There was this recent paper here where they analyzed 14,000 genomes, mostly European and some African ancestries, and they found more than 5,000 complex SVs. Shown, depicted on the right. And the way they did this basically on foot, the hard way. They used the existing algorithms, looked for irregularities in the signals, and then sorted things out by hand. And so this is where ARC-SV comes in, which is an algorithm. It stands for Automated Reconstruction of Complex Structural Variants. And it was developed by a graduate student here at Stanford in Bing Wong's lab in statistics, and with whom we are collaborating on many genomics projects. So what it does, it collects under A, it collects from standard whole genome sequencing data, it collects clusters of split reads and clipped reads and discordant paired ends. And then under B, it does something called constructing an adjacency graph, which I don't have the mathematical skills to understand, but the people who do in our lab and amongst the collaborators tell me that this is a good thing. And then it proposes candidate SVs based on those matching adjacencies. It evaluates diploid genotypes against observed alignments and then comes up with the most likely a complex SV. And it actually makes nucleotide level predictions. And I'm an experimentalist. When I first saw this, I didn't quite, it seemed too good to be true. So we did extensive quality control that I'm completely leaving out otherwise of this talk, but we did dozens and dozens of long range PCR and Sanger sequencing, and a variety of other quality control measures. And this thing really works. We achieve we achieve validation rates based on its predictions of something like 85% or so. So what I'm going to do now is, the main algorithm has been kind of lingering on bioRxiv. So we teamed up with Palev to kind of produce a nice large use case to get this algorithm out and then start using this algorithm. So what we've done now is, in collaboration with Dean Palev, we've analyzed more than 4,000 whole genomes, standard whole genomes from across the world. And what I'm going to show you is where we are right now, with sifting through these results. So actually looking only at a subset at 2,500 of these genomes. Here it is a PCA looking at the population and then colored by the populations that these genomes come from. And you see here a distribution that makes a lot of sense. You have Africa in red on the side, and then you have the other populations. So this is more quality control. This is how this should have looked. Same when you go to a higher allele frequency. This is something that I didn't see coming. When you plot these complex SVs in their genomic position, even though we, of course, blocked out telomeres and centromeres, we see that on many chromosomes, we see these clusters of occurrence near the ends of the chromosomes. Here's some larger chromosomes, here's some smaller chromosomes. We don't quite know what that means. I'm speculating that it has maybe something to do with the mechanism of formation of these complex SVs, but that'll be something that we'll have to look into some more. You see, there are some predominant classes of these complex SVs, and then there's also a whole string, a large group of others that can't be easily classed. The size distribution, ArcSV has a soft upper size limit of 100,000 base pairs across the different classes here. You see they're more small to medium size, 1,000 to 10,000 base pairs. There's a lot happening. And then the last few slides, in the interest of time also, we assigned then to have a first look at the functional relevance of potential functional relevance of these complex SVs. We assigned the nearest gene for each of these SVs, complex SVs. And then, for example, here we run a pathway analysis, and to our surprise, but pleasant, happy surprise, since we're also in the Department of Psychiatry and we're interested in brain development, brain function, almost there's a lot. I mean, all the top pathways and functional categories that come up have to do with brain development and brain function. Here's another way of looking at it, where we took these complex SV associated genes and compared them against gene expression out of the GTEx project in different human tissues. And again, you see in the top left, all these bars, there is a lot of upregulated genes associated with complex SVs that's almost all in various brain regions. And I should mention going back 2 slides. ArcSV does also call simple SVs, with 2 breakpoints, which I left out here. But when we do the same thing, assigning the nearest gene and then looking for functional categories, there is no such enrichment for brain functional categories. So that's very interesting. And then my last slide is here we tried an association, use that term loosely, of the complex SVs with marker SNPs that came out of, or groups of marker SNPs coming out of multiple GWAS, genome-wide association studies. And you see here there's kind of a wide variety of phenotypes that these studies were looking at. You see height, morning person, photic sneeze reflex. But there are also, again, quite a few, there's a lot of disease-relevant phenotypes there, and again, brain-relevant phenotypes, right? There is schizophrenia, and since in particular, since also it was mentioned, and we're going to keep working with Dean on, and he has a big data set lined up of Alzheimer, even in the control. Now, this is all based on healthy control subjects, right? But even there, the positional association at least is for Alzheimer's disease. You see they're kind of towards the bottom of the list. And so with that, I will end here and say my acknowledgements and thanks. So in my lab, Bo Zhu and Chris Hughes were the driving force behind this, with some help from Renal and Jawei. And then, as mentioned earlier, the algorithm was developed by Joey Arthur when he was in Wing Wong's lab and under the guidance of Wing Wong here at Stanford. And we're now working in, expanding the use while refining its quality of this approach, working with Dean Palev at the Gate Institute. So thank you very much again, and happy to take question or discuss. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. If I could just follow up a little bit, what you mentioned about applying the algorithm on Alzheimer's data. These are the 100 terabytes of data that we have from sequencing of Alzheimer's disease patients. And a related biological question. Are there any hypotheses or proven facts that more complex diseases that manifest in different ways might be somehow related to more complex variants in the human genome?
Yeah, interesting. Well, we know that in terms of complexity, for example, for something like Alzheimer, for the more common forms of Alzheimer, right? There are some early onset, clearly familiar types of Alzheimer where, you know, there are some strong candidate genes, individual candidate genes, individual smaller mutations. But for the, you know, for the more common type of Alzheimer, we know it's highly genetically, there's a strong genetic component, but we know that the genetics has to be complex. But more in the sense at this point of it has to be very likely more than one locus involved in a person, right? And that actually came out of, for example, some, especially recently, several very large GWAS analysis that come up with, I think we're at 200 or so SNP-based markers, SNP-based loci for Alzheimer, right? And they're spread out all over the genome, and they're actually individually common in the population, these markers. So everybody probably has one or the other of them. So one way of thinking about this is that, well, it's maybe the disease risk and the disease predisposition comes from having inherited a particularly bad, speaking sloppily here, a particularly high risk combination of these otherwise common loci. And so that there's one level of complexity as to what then, now these are marker SNPs, most of them, if not all of them, but most of them will not actually have a function in and of themselves, right? They're just tagging some genetic variant more or less close by. And as to the nature of that, we don't know. It could be anything. It could be a point mutation, or it could be a complex SV somewhere within you know the association range. Is it more likely that it's a complex variant? Let me think about that for a moment. I mean, it could really be a mix. I wouldn't want to put my eggs in one basket there. It could really be a mix, but it is, yeah. So that's where we are, I think, with this. You know.
So I guess we would need to kind of in the downstream analysis deploy different types of methods, bioinformatical, but also machine learning methods that really catch nicely, let's say, interactions between different features, or in this case, events.
Yeah, how to go about this? This will be keeping us busy for the next few years. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, indeed. And also you mentioned that the previous effort to find complex SVs were done kind of manually or semi-manually. So from your point of view, of course, your expertise is in genetics, biology, and so on, not in machine learning, but how did the machine learning approach help in solving that problem? Because obviously, especially now we are looking to do this on a large scale for many patients, and it's perhaps infeasible to do that manually. So how do you see the role of the machine learning in doing that automatically?
That's right. I mean, the advantage of doing this automatically is, well, one is obviously, you know, speed and throughput, and not abusing people by, you know, making them perform the really dull task of sifting through all these tentative signals. There's also, it seems, so we're doing a lot of benchmarking right now still of ArcSV relative to the other approach, not actually necessarily with the GNOMAD paper, but there's something else on bioRxiv where another group analyzed the same 2,500 thousand genome sequences using a similar kind of on foot or same approach. And so we're benchmarking against that also. And so far it looks like ArcSV vastly, like almost twofold outperforms the semi-manual calls in terms of accuracy, specificity. So there's not just speed and in throughput, but also it seems just accuracy, quality of the calls. And so and to the extent in which machine learning, I'm the experimentalist, right? So I'm only learning very slowly so it's human learning on my part as to what machine learning even is. I'm being told that ArcSV itself, at its core, does not use machine learning, but we've been using machine learning to clean up the output, right? So
Yes.
I left all of that out of the talk, right? But so we've benchmarked. We have some very high quality, long read, assembled, high confidence genomes that we use at the ground truth, and then use those to train a model that then helps us sifting through what an initial ArcSV run spits out, produces, and then that's then our final call set. So machine learning comes into play kind of after ArcSV has done its initial graph-based calling.
So it's a combination between, let's say, bioinformatical approach and machine learning substituting for the DAW or routine work
That's
that
right,
is
exactly.
otherwise
Yes,
done
yes.
manually. And this is actually a pretty good
Right.
use case for machine learning that in many cases is unnecessarily used, but in this case, as you mentioned, it performs much better than even the manual or semi-manual approach that exists.
It really is really very impressive. And also, sorry, just mention machine learning one more time. I'm really a true believer now. I had heard of it before we used it for the first time in my lab, and I had no real idea what it was until we applied it to this problem that I mentioned very briefly early on to detect line 1 insertions in the genome.
Yes.
And this was really what I briefly showed was really the result of 8 years of work. And the first 4 years or so we tried without machine learning, and we got nowhere. I mean, it was all dead ends. The noise was so overwhelming. And then we figured out, we turned to machine learning and we trained a model. And then all of a sudden we started getting good calls that we can go back then experimentally to the DNA, and the line 1 insertion has happened exactly where the model said that it happened. So I'm really impressed by how powerful this was and how it just
So the moral of the story is that, yeah, go ahead.
We also there we did some benchmarking against the existing algorithm, which is not bad. There's one algorithm that does something similar, looking for somatic line 1 insertions, but it really has confidence only. It makes confident calls only if they're present in something like 25% of the cells at the point where the DNA is sampled. And again, our approach now makes very clean calls, even if a line 1 insertion is present only in 1 out of 100 cells, 1% of the cells where we sampled. So it's also much more sensitive than, yeah. But sorry, go ahead. I cut you off again.
Yeah,
I blame
let's conclude with the fact that this is a really good case for applying machine learning methods when they are really needed, and if that is the case, they yield really good results. And of course, we still have the task of applying RSV to the genetic data from many patients from Alzheimer's disease. That's going to keep us busy for several months.
That's right. Looking forward.
Okay, thanks. Thank you
Fantastic.
so much.
Thanks.
I know that is
Thanks again for having me.
way past midnight over there. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Usually I would stay on, but I have to
presentation.
Great. Thanks again. Thanks. This is great.
Thanks. Okay, so let me mention a couple of things that we do at Gate. If you could pull my presentation. Next slide. Yes. So very briefly, we do many things here at Gate related to Alzheimer's disease. Next slide, please. Our flagship project is what we call omics type of analytics. This is basically involving all sorts of different types of data and creating models from data that is not necessarily types of data that is not necessarily comparable between each. Also, and you're going to see this later, we are doing a risk calculator for pre-screening, and that risk calculator estimates the risk of Alzheimer's disease. The goal of this calculator would be to avoid expensive and potentially really intrusive procedures that could be applied to potential patients. In general, and a good example of that was Alex Urban's presentation. We do a lot of analysis of next generation sequencing data. And to some extent, we cover some border or edge cases, because ideally one would have lots of data, but that is not necessarily the case. Especially with clinical trials, there is often missing data. And for that, we work on missing data imputation, because we don't want to necessarily throw out observations or patients for which some of the data is missing. Also, in many cases, we do not have the necessary amount of data so that we can draw meaningful conclusions, and for that we use simulated data, and this is one of our main topics of work. I should say we work on information systems that are related to the digital health domain, for example, the Cognitwin project, and some pilot projects that we have done. For example, on single-cell sequencing, we have a project on modeling the effects of COVID-19. We are working on data from connected devices or Internet of Things devices and mobile apps, and also on text analytics of medical records. So let's start the main panel right now. First, we have Dr. Ivan Koichev, who is a senior clinical researcher and consultant neuropsychiatrist at Oxford. He will give us an overview of the challenges related to the Alzheimer's disease in this day and age, no pun intended. As I mentioned, we are working on a risk calculator model with him right now. Ivan.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, so as Dan was saying, I'm an academic psychiatrist working at Oxford. I've got a shared clinical and academic practice, and what I'm going to talk to you about is just an overview of Alzheimer's disease, as well as where machine learning would fit in all of this. So on the next slide is just a representation of the core pathology that we see in Alzheimer's disease. If we go to the next slide, so you've got amyloid plaques, first discovered by Alois Alzheimer's at the turn of the last century, and essentially these are intracellular deposits of a protein called amyloid. And then the second cardinal feature are these neurofibrillary tangles that accumulate within the neurons. And the interesting thing is that while amyloid spreads almost very homogeneously across the cortex, the neurofibrillary tangles tend to follow a very specific path, starting from the entorhinal cortex in the hippocampus, moving to inferior lateral temporal lobe, and then to the whole of the cortex, leading to this staging of Alzheimer's disease according to Brack. On the next slide is the main thing that I'd like to sort of convey, is that what we know now about Alzheimer's disease is that the process starts about 20 years before first symptoms. This is a graph from a study which followed people with genetic form of Alzheimer's disease, so people who have what's called an autosomal dominant mutation. Their parents develop Alzheimer's disease in their 50s. The children got tested and they found that they have this gene variation, which means that they will get Alzheimer's disease at roughly the same age. And then they followed them up with a variety of biomarkers from the early 20s. And what they found is that already at the age of 20, you start to see an accumulation of amyloid in the brain. About 10 years before first symptoms, you start to see this tau change. Remember, tau is the protein which goes into the neurofibrillary tangles and is the more toxic protein of the two. And then about 5 to 10 years before first symptoms, you start to get changes in the way that the nerve cells themselves work. So their brain glucose uptake, as well as changes in the actual structure using imaging. On the next slide is thing that we now know about Alzheimer's disease, and that is that about 30% of all cases are due to preventable risk factors. So we no longer think about Alzheimer's as something that just happens to you as you get old. We now know that about a third of all cases are due to preventable risk factors, and that is super important because it means that there is a real advantage to actually diagnosing Alzheimer's as early as possible, or to identifying people who are at risk as early as possible, because there's a lot you can do to actually reduce the risk of Alzheimer's even without thinking about disease-modifying treatments. On the next slide is the other main development in Alzheimer's disease, in that because we know so much about its biomarker profile, and we can use biomarkers to detect the presence of a variety of pathophysiologies in the living brain, we can now diagnose people biologically. What that means is that we're moving from a paradigm where we diagnose Alzheimer's on the basis of the history plus cognition. So at the moment, Alzheimer's is diagnosed as a dementia syndrome that is progressive in nature, and it affects more than 2 cognitive domains. And we're now thinking about Alzheimer's disease as a biological entity, where we look at whether they have elevated amyloid in the brain, that's the A marker. We look at whether they have amyloid tau in the brain, that's the T marker. And then we look at whether there's evidence of neurodegeneration, that's N. And so we're able to come up with this with these profiles, ATN profiles, where the browns that you see on the right are Alzheimer's pathology, and the blue are dementia or neurodegenerative processes, which are non-Alzheimer's in nature. On the next slide, I'm going to talk about cognition, how we deal with cognition at the moment. And on the next slide is a representation of how we do that at the moment in the clinic. So we mostly use pen and paper tests like these, where we go through a variety of tasks done on paper, and we assess people's ability to remember information, to deal with mental tasks. And on the next slide is where things are heading in the future, which is apps like these, for example, that we developed at Oxford, that leverage the now unavailable opportunity to test people in their own environment. This, for example, is what's called a paired associates learning task, where people are shown images and then they have to associate them with a particular direction. And then the great advantage of smartphones is that obviously you are not bound by the time people spend in clinic, but you can actually test recall of this information 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 days later. And so we're now talking about half-life of memory. So we all have a time point at which we've forgotten 50% of what we've recently learned. And we know that this half-life of the memory is what starts to shift first in preclinical Alzheimer's disease, so well before what we see in patients. On the next slide is where we will have even more data streaming in from digital devices. So, for example, moving beyond proactive testing, where people have to do these sort of targeted cognitive tasks, and thinking about how do people interact with digital technology, how long does it take them to find words when they think, how long, what is the quality of their speech when they speak on the phone, and also gathering data from what the unmentioned sort of the internet of things. So all of this distributed technology that we have in the house. In the next slide, I'm going to make an overview of if we could skip that slide and go to the next one. go to the next slide. Yep, next slide. Thank you. This is going to be an overview of the technology that we currently have to look at the other cardinal features of Alzheimer's disease. So amyloid scans are a positron emission tomography type of head scan, where you get tracers that bind specifically to the amyloid plaques. And then you can define whether somebody has a high enough level to class them as positive, amyloid positive, or whether they have normal levels of amyloid. And the significance of this, we know that people who are amyloid positive, they tend to have a significantly higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. This is one study which shows the cognitive decline of people who are either amyloid positive or amyloid negative. The amyloid positive are the red lines, and you can see there's a very clear separation within 18 months in terms of loss of cognitive ability as time goes on between the amyloid positive, amyloid negative. On the next slide is the second main test that is currently being used, which is the tau PET scan. So this is again a compound which targets specifically the tau protein in the brain. And what researchers have found is that these tau proteins bind to tau as you would expect based on the clinical picture. So this, for example, are different subtypes of Alzheimer's disease, and the sort of the warmer colors is where the tau protein is. And so in a typical Alzheimer's disease, you would expect the pathology to be happening in the medial temporal lobe. So that's panel C, and that's what you see when you put patients like these through the scanner. You see this temporal lobe glowing. For example, if you look at posterior cortical atrophy, which affects the visual system, again using this scanner, this type of test, you can see that the tau is being picked up in the occipital lobe. That's panel A. On the next slide, we have the future of where the tau technology is heading, which is these blood biomarkers. So the main one is phosphorylated tau in blood, which has been shown to quite neatly delineate Alzheimer's disease from non-Alzheimer's disease pathology just by using a simple blood test. And then finally, we'll talk about on the next slide about neurodegeneration, which is the third cardinal feature. So currently we use imaging, where we look at the level of atrophy in the brain, and then specifically in the medial temporal lobe, and we class this as either Alzheimer's type pathology or not. But on the next slide is the future, which is again using a blood test, this time using an assay called looking for a protein called neurofilament light, which again has been shown to be sensitive to neurodegeneration. And then on the next slide is where machine learning fits into all of these. As Dejan said, a lot of these tests are quite expensive and they involve radiation. And they're logistically challenging. So there's a piece of work around using data that's available on people to predict who it would be that is into one of these preclinical forms of Alzheimer's disease. And on the right is a paper we published showing a need separation when we use variables like age and sex and genetics, but we're currently working with Dejan's team to fashion this into a machine learning powered algorithm that can actually predict things on an individual level. Machine learning obviously has a role to play in the analysis of the huge data sets that are streaming through the digital devices, and we can always talk about that. And on the final slide are my thanks to you, as well as some details of a study we're running where we're really trying to get to grips with what happens in preclinical Alzheimer's disease, testing the various biomarker profiles of people who are amyloid positive. That's what I had for you today. I'm very open to have a question and answer bit.
Thank you, Ivan. Yes, let's change the schedule a little bit, because I was thinking of asking questions to everybody after the three presentations, but I know that you have another call on the top of the hour. So let me ask you a question that I'm also gonna ask the other panelists. From your point of view, I mean, you mentioned several things that are coming in the future, but what do you think that would be the next big thing or the next big things that would make the most difference, say, in a midterm, like 5 years or so?
Well, there's two main things on the horizon. One is the other things that I mentioned. So the blood biomarkers are making a real splash at the moment because they turns out they're very sensitive to the underlying pathology. They can A, detect dementia, but also B, they can give you some idea about what the underlying cause of it is. So the etiology, whether it's an Alzheimer's type disease or whether it's non-Alzheimer's disease. So we're currently in the process of setting blood biomarkers in the actual clinical services, and that will really come to the fore over the next 5 years. And then obviously the second main development is the approval of the first disease-modifying treatment in Alzheimer's disease earlier in the year by the FDA. And we've seen a renewed interest into the field by a lot of companies that had previously pulled out of neuroscience and Alzheimer's in particular. So while the first drug itself, lecanemab, hasn't fared so well, it has definitely opened up the possibilities of an Alzheimer's disease modifying treatment gaining approval and being prescribed to patients. So to me, these are the two main things.
Okay, thank you so much for the thoughtful insight. And the moment you're going to see that we're kind of following a geographical order. We started on the West Coast in the US, then we went to the UK, and now we have Alexander Schliep, who is an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. And this is some kind of strange department that is between our partners at Chalmers and the University of Gothenburg. Alexander is on the University of Gothenburg side, but as I mentioned earlier, we are not holding this against him. Today, he's going to tell us about machine learning methods for antisense oligonucleotides and the applications to drug discovery. And also, he would mention a topic that is important to us about a mobility grant program that exists in Sweden. And this is certainly something that we would like to have in Bulgaria. So, Alexander, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation and the kind introduction. I still can't see my slides. They probably come up. There we go. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first part, as Diane pointed out, will be about science, and namely about design of antisense oligonucleotide drugs. And before I forget it at the end, I thought I thank my collaborators, Frederick Carlson at the ASO team at AstraZeneca, Shireen and Deba Barotta at Chalmers and INRIA, who helped with the privacy bit, and then for the future work, Per Matzen at GU and Rula Zain at the Karolinska Institute. Next slide, please. So what are antisense oligonucleotide drugs? And as we all know, despite enormous efforts, pharmaceutical companies have not been always successful in identifying drugs for diseases like neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's or Duchenne's. And these antisense oligonucleotide drugs are a new modality which have great potential to serve these unmet needs. The main difference is that classically drugs often interact with proteins, and drugs are based on small molecules. So you have small chemical molecules interacting with the proteins to do the signaling, and are sort of the large formative building blocks of life at the molecular level. ASOs have a different modality in the sense that they prevent proteins from being produced. And what happens is that these antisense oligonucleotides, which are just short DNA molecules, DNA oligonucleotides, they bind to the messenger RNA, which is the part of the gene transcribed, and lead to cleavage and degradation, and thus prevent translation to a protein. Next slide, please. The And so instead of having to deal with the proteins, you prevent the proteins from being produced. There are two very important aspects to drug safety and to drug efficacy. For safety of a drug, of an ASO drug, antisense oligonucleotide drug, you want that these oligonucleotides bind to few or no off-target mRNAs. I mean, at every given point in time, up to 10,000 genes might be expressed in the cell, so messenger RNA for up to 10,000 of the roughly 20,000 genes in the human cell will be produced. And for F, you want that your oligonucleotides bind to the majority or preferably all of the target mRNAs. So you're targeting one specific gene, and you want to make sure that all the mRNA is degraded. And just to give you an idea about the scale of the problem, there are about 613 megabases in the human transcriptome and an in silico screen. So if you have a candidate ASO and you want to find out, does it bind somewhere where it shouldn't, and does it bind very well where it should, you have to screen against the 613 megabases. While there are, for this is the binding energy. So Gibbs energy is the main determining factor. There are very good biophysical models available, but it's computationally infeasible to sort of screen that against the whole transcriptome. And approximate string matching, which is sort of the classical bioinformatics approach, sequence alignment, is a bad predictor for binding energies. Next slide, please. It is possible on the left to use a variation of these alignment algorithms to use a dynamic programming approach with some clever algorithms to speed that up. And we did this about 10 years ago for the same general problem, predicting hybridization to on and off targets in a different context of designing DNA microarrays, but I'm not going to talk about that in detail today. What we're currently doing is we try to solve that with a machine learning approach. And you can turn this problem to predicting the hybridization energy by binarizing that and saying, I want to know if an ASO candidate hybridizes to an off-target site. And I can just say if the binding energy between the antisense oligonucleotide and the off-target is less than the binding energy of the ASO and the intended target plus some threshold tau, then it hybridizes. If it's larger than that, it does not hybridize. So you, instead of computing a binding energy, you get a classification. And with that, of course, you can unleash the very large instruments or set of instruments for machine learning, which have been used for all kinds of interesting applications very successfully. And of course, features is always one important aspect of how to aspect of formulating things as machine learning problems. And what we're using here is we look at on one hand the ASO, on the other hand the intended binding site, and we want to classify how well they align by using descriptors of this alignment, which are easy to compute. So we don't compute an alignment, we just use descriptors like shared k-mers, which surface the features for the classification problem, and then we, as I said, we can use, for example, SVMs for this binary classification. Next slide, please. There's one interesting aspect to that. There are a lot of pharmaceutical companies. I mean, all the larger players are working on these antisense oligonucleotides. I mean, it's a very hot topic because it has shown promise for diseases which previously could not be targeted with small molecules. And so you're in a setting where every pharmaceutical company has their own little data set where they, test individual candidates with respect to their hybridization property, their efficacy, and their safety. And clearly, as there is commercial interest, a lot of this data is not published. And there is a way to actually use that and get classifier which is trained on all the data but doesn't require data sharing. So we actually used federated learning, and this is work with Shirin and Deba, which was published in a FarmML workshop this year at ECML PKDD. So we used federated learning. So we trained SVMs with ADMM. So we, in each site which contained a subset of the data, think of it as different universities or different pharmaceutical companies. We trained one individual classifier trained with all the data without actually requiring the sharing of the data. So there's no central node which holds all the data. Everybody keeps their data to themselves and trains them. And this federated learning per se is, of course, not privacy preserving, but you can do this in a setting, in differentially private setting. As usual, there is a trade-off between performance and privacy risk. As you can see on the bottom right panel, for the non-private performance in green, the dashed green line, we could match that at lower privacy levels. And so the sweet spot is roughly between 10 to the -1 and 10 to the 0. And so having reasonable amounts of privacies, you just have to pay for that with a small gap of accuracy. That, of course, was just a proof of concepts. We're continuing to work on that with AstraZeneca to scale that up. Astra has, in other settings, AI for small molecule drugs actually employed this privacy-preserving machine learning with great success. Next slide, please. And what we're planning, just to give you an idea, is now something that is not just the pharmaceutical companies for regulation reasons are mostly focusing on a few type of chemical modifications to these oligonucleotides. So they're not naturally occurring oligonucleotides, rather they have modifications. The most popular ones are linked nucleic acids, which change the backbone structure a bit. And there's a large sort of world out of there of things you can do to these oligonucleotides. And together with Per Madsen at GU and Rula Zain at KI, we just got funding for DDLS WASP grant. We're going to explore machine learning methods for predicting thermodynamics for novel modifications. And the idea is to use this active learning to identify most informative experiments, transfer learning, because there is an abundance of naturally occurring thermodynamics data, a bit less for LNA, and we're interested in situations where there's very little data available. And we also want to play off simulations, classical chemical simulations, MD simulations, and machine learning to save simulations by using machine learning. On the other hand, provide extra data for machine learning with expensive simulations. But that is future work. We will be starting to hire and start working on this next April. I think this concludes the scientific part of the talk. Next slide, please. And next slide is, thank you. I'll talk a little bit about the strategic mobility grant Diane mentioned. So Sweden is quite particular in the sense that there is no classical sabbaticals for university faculty, but the Foundation for Strategic Research, SSF, has what's called strategic mobility grants, and that allows exchange of experienced researchers, and it's quite open. You can go from academia or research institutes to industry, government, or hospitals. It pays the full salary for ranges from 4 to 12 months. In my case, they paid 80% of my time in 2021 to spend at AstraZeneca, and I had an Astra badge, laptop, on-site access, etc., and very open discussions. And it was an absolute boon to get sort of new impulses for my research. On the other hand, to also carry, some aspects of, the state-of-the-art of research into the sort of production work at AstraZeneca. And as you can see from the two plots, that sort of shows in black the total, in gray the number of exchanges from the university to industry, but also there is this very active exchange from industry to university, and there are a little bit less of the others. And at the bottom you can sort of see the large players. ABB, of course, machines, AstraZeneca, Ericsson, Saab, Sandvik is mining, and Volvo cars. So there is a across all sort of industries, roughly according to, I think, the importance to the Swedish economy. And I think that's an absolutely fabulous instrument which very nicely augments the sort of education we give our students, preparing them for the industry. And on the other hand, making sure that we can educate our students well enough by having a good feeling for what industry really requires. And with that, next slide, I want to thank you and close. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Alexander. If we had more time, I would have asked you in more detail about that mobility program. I mean, as I mentioned, this is something that we really need badly in Bulgaria. As somebody who is and has been on both the academic side and the industry side, there is perhaps larger disconnect here, and it seems that in Sweden you have good traditions and a system that works nicely in place in order to have a collaboration between academia and industry. However, as I promised, my question is going to be about the future. You mentioned a couple of things that are coming next, but out of them all, is there something else that you think that in kind of mid run would bring the most advancements of the technologies? What would that be?
I mean, I think there's one sort of elephant in the room people like to ignore, and that's just the sheer amount of human genetic variation. I mean, if we look at drug design, for example, it's very clear that the best data is available in the US, that African Americans are very underserved, both by sort of clinical care, diagnostics, but also by treatments. And the reason for that is underrepresentation. And if you look at sequencing efforts, right, I mean, there's an enormous amount of DNA, and not just structural variants, but really novel DNA, which we are blind to because we just don't sequence deeply enough. So I think that these large sequencing efforts and switching from individual reference genomes to pangenomes, to references which present the full variability of human variation, will have an enormous effect. I mean, to make this very concrete, one of the things we have on the radar I haven't talked about is we are basing the drugs efficacy and safety is based on how well does a part actually hybridize to a gene, right? And if you have variation in there, you will have an enormous spread. And so if you just work with one reference genome, you can design very nice drugs which work with the white European male who most likely contributed to the reference, but you'll end up with drugs which might not be safe or might not work as well for other populations. And given the enormous range of migration and we see in Europe, right, this is not just a problem elsewhere, this is a problem everywhere in the world. And I think that is sort of the biggest challenge for the next 5 to 10 years, I see.
Okay, thank you. And indeed, combining different data, in this case, different genomes, is a significant challenge. And if you remember, I mentioned that one of our projects is of an omics type, which combines different types of data. And this is not a trivial problem to solve. Our next speaker is Todor Klimov. He's the head of life sciences and healthcare solutions at OntoText, and he's going to tell us about multimodal knowledge graphs and how, among other things, they can be used to incorporate different types of data. Todor, please.
Thank you for the invitation and also for the introduction. As Dejan already said, I have the opportunity to explain what are multimodal knowledge graphs and how they can benefit to develop really intelligent decision support systems, both care and pharma. We'll go through a very brief introduction of the company and what we do and why we believe in knowledge graphs. Then we'll explain our recent accomplishments in several commercial and research projects which are based on knowledge graphs. And then we'll point out some interesting development of application of knowledge graphs actually in Alzheimer's disease. Yeah. So OntoText is a Bulgarian company which is actually a leader in the knowledge graph development. And as such, we have created our core product, which is an RDF triple store, which we position in the core of all our solutions that we develop for various domains. It allows us to integrate structured data, the metadata about these data sets, unstructured content, to extract and to formalize the knowledge in these data sets and these data sources, to build a really huge holistic knowledge graph that covers different aspects of one single research domain, to align it with explicit knowledge expressed in industry-specific ontologies and terminologies, to apply various learning algorithms on top of to infer or to generate new data on top of the knowledge graph, to augment the knowledge graph with this newly generated data, and then to bring really deep insights over a research problem. So why knowledge graphs? I will not go in very technical details, but what we do with the knowledge graphs is actually we decompose the knowledge that we like to integrate into single facts. Each single fact is expressed by either a node from the knowledge graph, it could be a G, and another object to which it is actually related. And the relation is expressed as a predicate having the actual semantics of the relation, which can be both interpreted by humans and also systems, which is also very important. Within this process, we actually aim to align all both the objects, the nodes in the graph, but also the predicates, the relations between these objects, to ontologies. Why? Because we can use the formalized in the ontology logic to infer new information based on the actual instance data that we populate in the knowledge graph. Then once we have the knowledge graph, we can easily do many things. We can use it just as a normal database fitting, but which is more, we can benefit from the actual graph. So we can traverse the graph to find interesting relations, new hypotheses, but for this to be accomplished, we need really a very comprehensive, very rich knowledge graph, combining data from many different sources, many different modalities of data, in order to give us the holistic view over a simple problem that we would like to solve. And as it is illustrated in the diagram on the right side, we can really load various types of modalities, starting with proteomics, genomics data, clinical profiles of patients. We can normalize these data sets to reference recent terminologies, and we can harmonize the data so that once we load all the different modalities into one single RDF triple store like the product we have, it will automatically build a knowledge graph that then can be queried and explored and mined for interesting relations. And then you can apply also various types of machine learning, deep learning algorithms, graph embeddings especially, that can be used to infer new information out of the high quality data that we have in the knowledge graph. I'll focus on two reference projects in which we have built really very big knowledge graphs. The first project, we developed a knowledge graph for a top 5 pharma company, and it was aiming to really enable preclinical research teams to mine for various of relations between different types like genes, molecular interactions, pathways, associations with genes and diseases, associations between biological processes and certain disease conditions, and to infer really new information that can be used to identify newly potential biomarker targets that can be used for their drug development. So in general, what we did was to integrate various public data sources covering the different modalities and to normalize them to corresponding images, then to integrate all the data into a single repository, resulting into more than 1.3 billion facts, significant amount of which was also inferred data that was not already presented in the source data. And we have tested at least 5 different use cases for finding, for example, different type of associations between the data. The other project is a research project funded by the European programs, and it's actually the project is called Examode. It's actually the objective of the project is to build a multimodal knowledge graph integrating data from the clinical systems at the hospital and also automatic analysis of the images, histopathology images, in order to build a holistic knowledge graph that will facilitate the decision making in the process of diagnosis of different cancer-related conditions. We're focusing on 4 diseases, one of which is colon cancer. The current process is taking the sample from the patient, preparing the slides, then covering the tissue samples, then digitalizing or scanning the actual slides and transforming them into high quality images that then load a centralized repository of whole slide images, which then are analyzed with deep learning algorithms to identify the different formations that can lead the actual histopathologist to the conclusion that this patient is can be diagnosed with this particular condition or it's not. In addition, we also use the patient information from the laboratory information management system coupled with the hospital information management system, which also provide valuable information about the patient profile, demographic data, current diagnosis, other site information that can be used in order to facilitate the process of the diagnosis. We use a couple of public data sources, ontologies, in order to prepare the ontology that will be used to build the model, which then we need to populate with both data coming from the analysis of the images, but also extracted from the medical record. And we have created a text-based encoding such medical text based on SNOMED CT codes. We take all the information which is available in the clinical record of this particular patient, and we finally, after we process the data with the pipeline, we assign diagnostic codes which are aligned with the SNOMED CT terminology. And as a result from the project, we actually developed a solution prototype, which is a software platform for building holistic solutions from multimodal data. In this case, it's histopathology data, which help the medical to make more informed decisions based on various type of data, to prioritize the cases which are based on severity or likelihood of a specific should be processed first, and really to use the one of the powerful features of the knowledge graphs, which is based on graph embedding to calculate similarity of patients in this case, which are single nodes in the knowledge graph. We can really very easy compare how a similar case report to which other case report knowledge graph corresponds, or which are the most similar cases, in order to check what was the diagnosis there, what was the treatment, and so on. As the knowledge graph actually represents the main ontologies and the terminologies, this is actually the referential knowledge that we use to normalize the data coming from the clinical records. This diagram actually represents 3 different clinical cases with the information already normalized to the referential ontologies about the diagnosis, the morphology, the tissue sample, and so on. So then it can be really easy queried, compared, because all they refer to one and the same objects in the knowledge graph. It's not actually textual data, but already normalized and harmonized data. And then, as I said, it can be easily developed a model, statistical model, that you take into consideration specific categories of information like diagnosis, procedures, dysplasia in this case, tomography, topologies also, and some demographic data that then can be used for calculation of the similarities across different cases. Now, because we're interested in Alzheimer's disease, I wanted just to point out to 2 interesting research activities which apply the same approach, building knowledge graphs to solve specific problems in the treatment of the disease, whether it's to understand much more in detail what are the molecular mechanisms behind this particular disease, or what are the potential treatment pathways that needs to be followed. One is the neuro RDF, which starts with the very similar approach that we usually apply, with the initial data collection, using data sources, structured data, to mining literature, and also combining with gene expression data. Then some absolutely necessary data quality and curation and pre-processing step in order to validate the source data that then can be used to really build a high quality knowledge graph based on the RDF standards and models. Then on top of this knowledge graph, then can be developed different data mining and analysis methods that can point out specific findings in the knowledge graph build. This project actually is most focused on molecular intelligence. So the diagram on the right side, it depicts the complex interaction networks between the proteins related to this particular disease. The other project provides much more systematic and very well described overall approach how such a system can be designed and implemented. Started with a really high-level ontology upper model that can be used actually to model any particular disease condition, not only Alzheimer, identifying the main entity classes and the most important relations between them. Then taking this source model and adapting it for the particular needs of this disease, Alzheimer's disease. And on the right side, actually populating the model with instance data collected from all the available public sources, and then using this data to consider each particular case report or patient record to what extent aligns with the particular model. So If you're interested, you can check the research articles which I listed below each for further information. I would like to acknowledge the Explainable project, which was used to develop histographer solution and was referred in these slides. And with that, I would like to thank you for the attention, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Todor. I should say that your technology is perhaps the thing that I'm the least familiar out of everything that was presented today. So, same question to you as to the other of our panelists. What is the thing that would bring the most advancement for the work of your team and your company in the next several years?
I will try to formulate it a little bit different because, well, in the last 15 years, which I spent in the company working with this technology and solving different problems in the life science and healthcare domain, we usually do a reverse engineering of some data generated with a conventional approach, whether it will be a relational database that describes some entities and the relations between them, or a research article that explains some specific research and findings. We always try with our technology to extract the knowledge out of structured and unstructured data sources and to formalize it into useologies and semantic models. In order we as a community and as researchers to benefit from the semantic technologies, we need to think of completely different way, not to extract the knowledge and to formalize it, but once we generate the knowledge, to be semantically ready, meaning that if the author himself doesn't depict the precise context of the information he's creating, then no one else later on down the stream of the processing of this data will be able to capture the context he's putting in his data as precise as he. So we need to complete the attitude how we generate data and how we maintain it. The semantic mobilization happen when you
so
create
it's
the data.
Not a quantitative difference, but I would say qualitative difference in the way you approach your thinking about the data. Okay, thank you, Todor. Also, I would like to thank Ivan and Alexander for taking part in our panel today. Now we have run out of time. According to the agenda, we were supposed to show brief presentations of our younger researchers who are doing work in the digital health domain. However, there is not enough time to do this right now. So these presentations would be shown during the time that was originally designated for the lunch break. This is 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Bulgarian time, or 12:30 to 1 Central European time. However, I would use the remaining couple of minutes that I have until the beginning of the next session, that is City Digital Twins, to very briefly present these researchers and their work. First, we will have Sofia Lazarova, who works on ontologies. That's an important work because often we have all sorts of data, all sorts of parameters and features that are in the data, and we need a good understanding of what is in our data, what are the relationships between the different data sources and data points that we have. And practice shows that without it, we can be really lost in our understanding and even draw wrong conclusions by having a good and real data. Next, we would have Denitsa Grigorova, who is working on a topic that I mentioned earlier, imputing missing data. As I said, especially in clinical trials, there is often missing data. That could be people missing their appointments or dropping from studies, or certain types of tests not being done for some people, depending on which facility they go to. And it would be not a good idea to just drop these observations and not use them. And for that reason, we are working on imputing missing data, which is filling in the missing information with reasonable values. Also, I mentioned earlier before that in many cases, even if we have good data, that is not enough. That sometimes is related also to privacy issues. And for that reason, a good approach would be to generate synthetic data. And one of our colleagues, Felicia Shakova, has been working on that topic for the past couple of years. And finally, Evgeny Marinov will show us some of the machine learning methods and technologies that he's applying to the pre-scoring calculator for Alzheimer's disease. And again, the presentation of the young researchers that was supposed to be broadcasted right now, it's a pre-recorded presentation, would be shown during the lunch break at 1:30 Bulgarian time or 12:30 Central European time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dejan, for your interesting session. It was very long, really, 30 minutes more than planned, but I hope that was useful and interesting for all participants. And now, in 2 minutes, we'll start our next panel, which is on our future cities domain. We are working, devoted on digital twin cities. It is very much related to the yesterday panel about data spaces. We'll have very good experienced people there. Tuomo from VTT, who is also a member of Big Data Value Association, this Task Force 10, which is dealing with data spaces together with Ed Curry. Also representative from Fireware. They're also members of this Big Data Business Alliance, providing data models and we're having our colleagues from Chalmers University. We're working together with Digital Twin City Center, a lot of common projects and activities and close work. And also Genco Kerezu from Sofia Municipality. Again, we're working closely on implementation in Bulgaria of this digital twin. And the panel will be moderated by Graham Kemp, who is from Chalmers University, and it's a partner in GATE project, and very close. We are working very close in GATE Institute together. So I see 1 minute. We are starting the panel. Just 1 minute for short grab a coffee and continue with the next interesting session.
So good morning and welcome to this panel session on city digital twins. I'm Graham Kemp from Chalmers University and I'll be the moderator for this session. Can I have my presentation, please? And I need to find the controls. Okay, got those here. So we'll be joined today by 5 presenters. First, we'll hear from Tuomo Tuikka from VTT in Finland. He's the lead for data space solutions there, and I'm looking forward very much to hearing about his work. We'll then have 4 presentations from our panelists. We have Stefano De Panfilis, who is Chief Operations Officer at Fireware Foundation. So together, Tuomo and Stefano will be sharing with us their experience on technologies and approaches that promote and support the sharing of data. We'll then have 2 panelists who are both working closely with city digital twins. We have Desislava Petrova-Antonova from the Gate Institute in Sofia, Bulgaria, who is leading the data management research efforts in the Gate Institute and also leading the Future Cities research application theme. And from Chalmers University of Technology, we have Professor Anders Log, who is Director for the Digital Twin City Centre at Chalmers. And finally, moving into real cities, we have with us Gensho Keresov, who is Deputy Mayor for Digitalization, Innovation and Economic Development of Sofia Municipality. But before we get underway with those presentations, I'd like just to say a few words about the Gate Institute together with the Digital Twin City Centre in Gothenburg. 1 year ago at the corresponding session, I mentioned a tale of 2 centres, and I mentioned how these 2 centres had both been launched around the same time and how in their early years they had been working in close cooperation. And at that time we reached the Gate Annual Forum 2020, where we had presentations from both centres. Well, a year has moved on and there has been some new growth, and in particular I'd like to mention that there have been 2 further workshops between Digital Twin City Centre in Gothenburg and Gate, where we've had researchers from both sides presenting their work and sharing their knowledge and expertise in the field. Also, more recently, there were presentations from both centres at an event of the Big Data Value Association, the European Big Data Value Forum. And here we are today with the second Gate Annual Forum. So it was just last week that both Anders and Desi participated in the European Big Data Value Forum. That was an online event, as was the second workshop of DTCC and Gate that was held back in February. We were still very much locked down at that time, and having an online workshop was the only option. The centres have been working in cooperation in various ways, but I'm just picking out here some of the main events where we have presented together. Last month, we were delighted to host in total 11 visitors from the Gate Institute who visited Chalmers for almost a full week. We had a series of workshops on different themes, both scientific and also looking at intellectual property, looking at business models and so on. But we were delighted to be able to spend almost a full day together working with our colleagues, with researchers, both at Chalmers and also the partners in Gothenburg from industry, from the municipalities, where we were able to share our expertise. Here we have some images of our colleagues from the Gate Institute presenting at this event in Gothenburg last month. But apart from this one-day workshop, we also were able to visit some of the facilities in Gothenburg. We were able to look, for example, at VR, virtual reality interfaces to twin cities. We were able to have workshops. We had a workshop focusing on data models in twin cities, also working groups looking at simulations within cities, and more wider general discussions among the group. So it was a great opportunity to have the chance to meet with so many of the GATE researchers in person, and hopefully building on that, we'll be able to have many more research-related conversations now in the months ahead. But back to today, and I would like to start this panel with a keynote presentation from Tuomo Tuika from Finland, and I invite you now please to share your presentation with us. And please check that you're unmuted.
Oh, really? That's a good point. Thank you very much, Graham. And may I have the first slide? All right. Well, anyhow, this is my second slide, but that's no problem. It's anyhow good morning. It is totally wonderful to be here with you today and give a talk about these data spaces in a smart city. So I'm Tuomo Tuikka and I'm from VTT Technical Research Center of Finland. And as Graham said, I'm leading the topic of data spaces at VTT. But also besides that, I'm also BDAIF Big Data Value Association, the Data Spaces Task Force co-chair and the VTT contact to GAIAX and IDSA. All right. So when we look at news, we can see that humankind has many challenges ahead, and I believe everyone has seen pictures from various parts of Europe when sudden water flooding in cities causes damage and threatens lives. Strange behavior of climate can also be seen here in Arctic, and my home is near the Arctic Circle, so we can see that the rivers do not freeze anymore as they used to do, and both flora and fauna are transforming to include more southern species. And flooding happens every year, but more snowfall increases the probability of more disastrous events. So this is sort of like the big picture where human settlements and how population behaves has a central role. And we have like many ways to be wiser in this matter, and one of them is to understand how our population centers impact the environment and how smart we can be to create a sustainable future. Therefore, smart cities is not a buzzword, but it is a requirement for our very existence. And smart city may mean that we use ICT for services, but smart city means that to have a way to understand how to design cities so that they are not vulnerable to disasters, reflect on impact on sustainability, and they are safe and secure, but take into consideration trust within society at the same time. So data space is rather new concept and which has gained huge attention due to European data strategy released in early 2020. And this concept has been seeking its definition, but that has not been preventing a lot of noise and buzz emerging. sort of like stick figure version of data space means like sectoral data sharing, coated with interoperability of information systems. Well, this is absolutely right. But when we start to think about it, the word is more complex. In this picture, you see a new tram line in the city of Tampere in Finland. The tram has just started operating this year and has been very much like traffic improvement in the city. As an example, data sharing will help us connect the different transportation modes into a seamless public transportation system that will improve users' experience as well as enable sustainable development and a smaller carbon footprint. So data sharing is a start for a data space. Now, what is striking is that when we start building information systems which now exploit data sharing and are sort of like embryonic data spaces, we need to start looking at things differently. The design of data space does not happen in silos, but it is an issue for the whole ecosystem to making sense of its goals, whether they are business goals or other benefits. The first thing to create the European data space is to do piloting and experimentation, connect data of ecosystem partners and design the ecosystem so that it complies with the regulation and values and approaches which are shared in Europe, and common standards which will support the building of digital market. This all happens at the same time now, and we are constructing a conceptual framework and learn from practice by building and experimenting. Now in Finland, we can see these developments in many cities, like in Tampere, as pointed out, especially in the transportation and traffic, and in Espoo, neighboring to Helsinki, an area called Smart Autonomy connecting facilities, transportation and energy solutions, and in the city of Oulu, where I locate, Oulu Data Space aims to make Oulu as the most measured city in Europe. Now, in this picture, you can see Tampere Smart Tram Living Lab, where real operating trams, test trams, and digital simulation environments meet. So this is a research data platform which collects all the test data from actual operations and combines and processes simulation test data and shares that with ecosystem parties. So currently, European scene on data spaces is quite a lot of development, and especially this year we have seen many alliances and groups forming and aligning European companies, research organizations, and associations for the forthcoming development on digital market. So national investments on digital technology support common European developments. It's like an investment sandwich, and challenges all the brilliant minds to think about this inescapable digital transformation. It's pretty much a must for European data economy to flourish. Here you see a depiction of three very important organizations to advance data economy. The first one being Big Data Value Association, which has been a public-private partnership concentrating on big data and artificial intelligence. And it brings together research and technology organizations, universities, and companies to lay out research scene for future developments in Europe. It provides a research agenda and follows the developments of European data and infrastructure related research project. And of course, we at BDVA reflect on these research projects, what is going on, and the community informed of reports and white papers. So on the left, you see the data sharing value wheel developed by BDVA community, which identifies core pillars for data sharing value. In the center is trust, which can be achieved in various ways, surrounded by aspects from governance, people, organizations, technology, and data. All of these have to be considered before the wheel of value can rotate. I hope you can see the slides. I can see that there's some delay with this. One very important notion here is that value is not only a matter of technology. Then there are technical developments in form of GAIA-X and International Data Space Association, and a colleague here is in this session is from FiveWare, and these approaches identify trust and sovereignty as central themes. They promote decentralized approach and look for standards enabling interoperability. Some differences do exist. This is my analysis here, and whether it is a matter of semantics or not requires a deeper look. But clearly, GAIA-X raises the notions of trusted and federated cloud, importance of edge, self-description, and in IDSA, connector component has a central role in connecting data spaces between stakeholders. There's a certification scheme to promote trust. Now work is undergoing, and there's a rule book to help designing data spaces. Now, what we learned here that data spaces can be approached from these different aspects, and we cannot forget practice, of course, while at the same time delineating the concepts and technologies. These are all intertwined and going on simultaneously, and eventually that should serve a business goal or a benefit for the stakeholders. Now, smart autonomy is a test bed where we can test and exploit latest technologies. Autonomy is part of city of Espoo, which is neighboring Helsinki, and now growing to 20,000 people about home and office area. There we have an infrastructure for smart urban mobility lab, zero emission technologies, circular economy, sustainable food system, future urban energy, and all interconnected with data sharing and 5G technologies. It is a test bed, and it is constantly changing and used to understand how digitally enabled city works and in different scenarios. Now, for city planning purposes, most of the buildings are connected so that we can follow energy usage, and data from public transportation is flowing to the same system. Now, there are more than 2,000 vehicles in the public transportation in Helsinki area, which have their own information platforms producing a lot of data. There are smart charging stations which give real-time data of charging status. Lampposts are integrated with 5G connectivity. And these data sets can be linked via the data space technologies, as some of them already are. So it is a test bed. But one needs to take into account many challenges of data spaces, such as consent, how to do interoperability, how to do trust, which need to be addressed in a flexible and scalable manner. So what we do is that we bring in companies to test their solutions with us and help them converge with current developments. And for European data spaces in general, convergence of industries is really required and a must. Now, what's more, when using IDSA in this case as a way to connect services, the point is that we create data sharing scheme between different services in a standard manner. Semantics or the vocabulary may be different between different domains, so therefore we have experimented with a company whose service is to harmonize data. City planning is one of the best examples here, since it's benefits can be understood quite quickly, and the more we measure, the more accurate understanding we get of the functions in the city. A service provider can take a connector into use and describe its data to a data broker, and then if the key performance indicators of sustainability, for example, are well established, then the sustainability of the city is known. Also, trusted data can be shared there. So much of this is in experimentation phase, and as are these other data sharing developments in Europe, many different instruments are available at the moment for example, in Horizon Europe and Digital Europe programs, and that what we look at. But anyhow, the platform exists, and gradually more companies will be included. Here we can see now the point made earlier, and this is that the ecosystem of stakeholders needed, and it's very important. Okay. So one of the main points in smart autonomy is, of course, this standardized interoperability. So just recently, 4 central organizations on data sharing formed an alliance to ensure interoperability of different approaches. But not only interoperability, also framing data spaces. How do you conceive data spaces, and what do you need in order to create them? Furthermore, data spaces radar established by IDSA is enhanced with the support of the 4 organizations to catch the progress of Europe towards the digital market. Maturity model is under development to capture all the necessary aspects when constructing data spaces. All right, so this was a very brief outlook what happens in Finland and how that effort is linked to European developments. So we do not only follow, but are actively involved with the European progress, and therefore, like VTT is IDSA Finland hub and a member of GAIAX hub Finland, but digital market in Europe is a European matter, and we are here to collaborate with our European colleagues. So thank you very much for having this opportunity to present the Finnish approaches to the data spaces in smart cities.
Thanks very much, Tomo. Well, I've made a lot of notes during that. Great presentation, thanks. So if I pick out just 3 things that I wrote down, I first of all wrote down associations, and then value and planning. I think that the planning and the city planning is something I'm sure we'll be coming back to later on today, because that really does tie in with the opportunities that there are for city digital twins. But perhaps ask regarding associations, it is striking that these so many different organizations, the Big Data Value Association, IDSA, GAIA-X, Fireware Foundation, it's a rather large and, well, from the outside, it's perhaps an intimidating landscape of many different players and organizations. And how would you, in a short way, summarize the contributions that each of the different associations is making, or in what way they would be each relevant for data sharing in the city digital twin field? Again, muted, please.
Yeah, okay, Graham, thank you for the question. Yeah, indeed, this is an issue to when you look at the developments in Europe recently. So there are many alliances and organizations, which is very difficult to count or even follow that what's going on. So I think the central organizations that were here mentioned, these are, if we concentrate on them, so I think there is this, let's say, there are like 3 organizations which are looking at how the technology is specified, and what is proposed by this business alliance, Dataspace Business Alliance, is that these organizations are aligning their specifications and technologies so that the data spaces can really make happen and be actionable. And Big Data Value Association is not a technical specification organizations as such, but BDVA is counting on that the specification and this understanding comes from these organizations. It's more research oriented and research oriented in a way that it's forward looking in let's say looking at the next steps of this development and evolution of data spaces. So that's my understanding. But if we start talking about the other organizations, then this is very big session.
Okay, well, thanks for that. That's I think a great start to our session today. And I'd like to move on next to Stefano De Pamphilis from Fireware, and please share your presentation with us.
Good morning, and to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your kind presentation. Yes, my name is Stefano De Pamphilis. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Fireware Foundation, which is a non-for-profit organization under the German law. Yes, it's working. Yes. What Fireware brings and what we are talking about today. So, and in fact, explaining this and also maybe complementing a bit the answer that Tuomo gave to you, Graham, or kind of question about yes, we in which Fireware Foundation is one of the founding partners. So Fireware, as somehow Tuomo said, is one of those organizations that is very much keen in not only providing specifications about implementing data spaces and digital, we are looking, but also these specifications are implemented in a curated framework of open source solutions components. They are royalty free, they are able to use. Those are complemented with other elements which are rather important in order to implement data spaces plus solutions, which are data models. With this respect, we just initiated an initiative called the Smart Data Models, and you can find it smartdatamodels.org very easily, where more than 600 data models have been specified, not starting from scratch, starting from adoption or even implementing standards that are already out there. There are a lot of standards in specific domains that are already there, and there is no need to reinvent the wheel when we talk about adoption. Besides, technology standard is an ecosystem where there are more than 100 organizations being members, over 350 individuals. Works at the growth of the initiatives, and then the Fireware Foundation as the first servant of this community, the Fireware community, in order to support not only the further development of the technologies, but also the adoptions. We can say in the context of smart cities that more than 200 cities worldwide use Fireware, starting from larger cities like and capitals like Vienna, and other that are in the process, like Berlin, or other large cities out of Europe, like Kansas City or Atlanta in the US. The Fireware technologies are so flexible that allows very small city use. For instance, we have cities like Saint-Quentin in France, or other villages in Italy and so on. So that is the power of the technology, and the fact that they've been provided open source allowed all of this. But let's go on more on the topic. So the data spaces, as very well said by Tuomo before, is part of a continuous evolution on the data at the core of the understanding. So from starting from the smart solution, which means having applications that are able to interact to the context. Now we are talking about of data spaces where the idea is that the between representation of assets, in this case cities, of course, are shared across not only the various departments of the organization, across sectors, and this is very important. Of course, in order to do that, there are some elements that need to be understood. So, which, according to our fundamental principles in data spaces for the data economy. First of all, it is important to understand the fact that everybody, that one of the important principles of this is that providers, they publish data without knowing who are the customer a priori. This is an important element, but they are confident that the customers are able to consume this. On the other side, the customers, they know that there will be a place or set of places where they can find data good in order to implement some business. Now, business here is in terms of wide, not only just commercial aspect, but also benefits for the society, like the cities that we speak afterwards will sell. Of course, in order to do this, it is important that everybody speaks the same language. As just to make an example, today we are all speaking English. Today we are all speaking about a certain topic, data spaces and digital twins, so we have a clear semantic around, and also a clear mechanism for identity and access management. For instance, I have a code for pushing forward and back eventually my slides, and of course my code is not the same of Graham or Tuomo before or the next speakers. So just to make an example of what it is, what Fiverr does for that, we recently published a position paper that you can find on our portal, where all these elements I explained before as principle have been declined. So first of all, the language is the NGSILD standard by ETSI. Actually, the standard was, before becoming an ETSI standard, was a standard pushed forward by us, and then ETSI took it on board, and now is clearly evolving with also a wider set of organizations working on it. A second element, semantics and understanding, is about this smart data model initiative, which I explained before, and then also the identity and access management at organization level. There are several components that are used. Besides, what I think is also important is the integration with digital ledger technologies, namely blockchains, in order to trace the data trading and the management, the governance, and this. This is a key element when we build the things. So about the standard, the NGSILD, that's the place where you define all the various components of your context, and then through a component that implements these standards, you create the data representation of the digital twins that you want to have. So it is important to say this, so just the data part of a digital twin. But it's the core at this stage. And using the various technologies, you can build an architecture where the various systems that you see into the being part of a data space, they can share information and allow consumers to access the various information. Because why? Because they have clear and well-defined identity management. There is a trust authority that guarantee the ownership and the usage of the data. The data models that allow to understand which data are provided in the various contexts, and so that this data can be shared for the production of things. Interestingly, these components that we put in this architecture, which is also based on some other component initiative, for instance, of international data spaces, IDS, is that the key component, they are very much aligned with an initiative of the European Commission that was CEF Digital. This initiative just ended, but was the place where several building blocks have been produced and given to endorse to European public administration in order to implement and to support their digital transformation. Of course, we are talking about the context broker. We are talking about the EID as the building block for supporting the work of the trust authority. The EID is also at the core of the European card security aspect. And of course, the component on blockchain, that is EPSI, which support the of the transaction happening in the data space and in and out the data space. So to conclude, why it's important to consider FIWARE and which is the role of FIWARE in data space. First of all, that the technology of FIWARE are there since now years, and they are used, as I said, in many cities, in many places, and since a while. And the first use case is implementing data spaces using the FIWARE technology plus other standards are expected for now. So we are starting to implement at this moment. There is this strong ecosystem of more than 100 organization members. They are all between public and private organizations. So as a member, not only have large corporation or SMEs, but also, for instance, cities themselves that they want to push forward idea, requirements, and things. We have a portfolio of more than 150 solutions based on FIWARE that can be used and from our community, and also the fact that then 20 FIWARE apps worldwide exist in order to create a local competence center where people speak the language, where people understand the culture, where people share the same issues, and where this community are materialized. Last but not least, as Tomo mentioned before, we are the founder, among the founders of the Database Business Alliance, which I can say, Graham, is not there to intimidate anybody, even the contrary, because as this is based on several organizations, it's also open for new membership. So happy to also is there to support, actually. As I said, all the organization here are not-for-profit alliances that engage several stakeholders from public to private, and this is there to help the growth and the adoption of data spaces in Europe.
Thanks, Stefano. So I think it's not so much intimidation, but rather just the feeling of being overwhelmed by the complexity of the landscape. But that was a great presentation. Many of the things that came up there are things that we've also been discussing in our Digital Twin City Centre in Gothenburg. data models, data provenance, and also how to take advantage of existing standards. And what you say about trying to adopt as far as possible, I think, is a well-made point. I think we should move on to the other presenters now. I think there's a lot that we'll be coming back to in the discussion. But I'd like to invite next Desi Petrova Antonova from the Gate Institute to present and to tell us about the work that's happening with City Digital Twins in Sofia. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Graham. Hi, everybody. I'm very excited to be here in this panel and to present the City Digital Twin pilot project of Gate Institute. Could you please start from the beginning, the presentation? So, even though the single definition of digital twin in the geospatial domain is lacking, there is consensus that it should be based on 3D city models containing objects with geometric and semantic information. It should contain real-time sensor data, and it should integrate a variety of analysis and simulations to be able to make the best design, planning, and intervention decisions. To support those decisions, all information should be presented to the stakeholders like citizens, decision makers, experts in a user-friendly visualization of the digital twin in a one-stop shop dashboard. We aim to implement the digital twin as a technical solution that scales to real-world problems, as opposite to only an abstract vision that is focused only in partial solutions. So our first goal is to create a 3D city model of Sofia and to continuously enrich the model with additional data in order to be used in different kinds of simulation, analysis, and visualizations of urban processes and environment. And last but not least, we would like to promote the digital twin for decision making. District Ordinance of Sofia is selected as a pilot area for development of the digital twin. It is located on a hill south of the old town of Sofia and extends to the northern foothills of Vitusha Mountain. Here, the technological framework for development of the city model is presented. The model integrates cadastral data describing different urban objects such as buildings, green spaces, relief, etc. In order to achieve a higher level of detail, we are working of enrichment of the model using orthophotos and satellite images. The core 3D model is based on a widely adopted standard like CityGML. In addition, domain-specific data models are used or specially elaborated for specific use cases. Finally, the 3D model is visualized using Cesium Virtual Globe, allowing user interaction and perception. The 3D model presented here covers the area of District Woznets in Sofia. Continuing to integrate more data, the 3D model is enriched at neighborhood level. So in addition to the buildings and relief, green spaces and road network infrastructure is also modeled. The 3D model is not only geometric representation of the urban environment. It is mainly based on semantic data acting as a storage and a dashboard for citizen dialogue. Our understanding is that without semantic data, the model is a person without opinion. We are planning to integrate IoT data in the city model, which is already supported in version 3.0 of CityGML standard. The data will be collected in Gate City Living Lab, which is currently under construction. The WAP will be equipped with sensor stations for monitoring of air quality, including gases and particles, environment parameters such as temperature, humidity, and wind direction and speed, as well as noise. Sensors for people counting will be also delivered, and the WAP will be also equipped with a drone for remote sensing through LiDAR and cameras. We are working on several use cases in collaboration with the Sofia municipality, our colleagues from Chalmers University of Technology and University of Twente, as well as companies supporting us with data and software tools. The main focus is on urban planning and design and air quality analysis and simulation. The parametric urban planning is a collaborative work between GATE and Sofia Plan, which is a municipal enterprise responsible for the spatial and strategic planning of Sofia municipality. We developed a tool that provides data-driven decision support on urban planning based on preliminary defined neighborhood indicators related to population density, access to social infrastructure, transport connectivity, etc. Investing in social infrastructure is critical to resolve the many challenges created by rapid urbanization. In such context, again, in cooperation with Sofia Plan and Sofia municipality, we are working on a use case for analysis of the kindergarten's demand, integrating demographic data and data for built environment. Air pollution is still a major health concern in Europe. People in bigger cities like Sofia tend to be exposed to higher concentrations of air pollutants. In such context, we are performing both temporal and spatial analysis of air quality. Here you can see the spatial prediction of the nitrogen dioxide during the day. The information from the sensors can be used to understand the air quality at any location in the city. In addition, we are working on the development of sub-city level fluid dynamics models capable of simulating the dispersion and concentration of different pollutants. The goal is to create a high-fidelity city model for identification of pollution sources and mechanisms assessing different scenarios for city development. With the help of CFD analysis, indoor air quality and thermal comfort is simulated. The CFD model can be connected to data management system, resulting in a digital twin of the indoor environment. The digital twin will be used to monitor and predict the air quality and thermal comfort score in real time. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Stay with us after this session to know more about Gate City use cases from our researchers.
Okay, thank you, Desi. So a lot going on there with analysis, simulation, noted also the enrichment of data, the semantic enrichment, I think very important. And you also mentioned real-time data there. Thanks for that overview of what's happening at the moment in Sofia. And I'd like to turn next to Anders Log, who is Director for the Digital Twin City Centre in Gothenburg. Please share your presentation with us, and we look forward to hearing about what's happening in Gothenburg.
Yeah, so please show my slides. Thank you. So next slide, please. So I come from something called the Digital Twin Cities Center, which is hosted by Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg, Sweden. And we are a national competence center devoted to the study of digital twins for cities and regions. We have around 30 partners, most of them from Swedish academia, from Swedish municipalities and Swedish industry working in the built environment. And one of our partners is the GATE Institute, one of our main international partners. And GATE has been with us since the start of the center, and this is a very good fit both for us and GATE, I think, since we are both working almost overlapping activities within this area of digital twins for cities. So many good joint projects going on, and already some good results from that collaboration. So next slide, please. So our work is organized into 8 different research areas. So they are described here on this this page with some images. So the first one is Research Area 0, which is a digital twin platform. That's sort of the infrastructure or the basis for all the activities at the center. And itself, it's a research area in how to develop such a platform using open standards, open source, and open data. And we are now then supporting research and innovation within all these other research areas like urban planning and design, architectural and structural design, digital construction, modeling and simulation going on both above ground, so wind simulation, air quality simulation, those kinds of things, and also below ground. And that's particularly interesting in Gothenburg because our city is built on clay, so you want to know what happens, how big infrastructure existing underground, how that relates to new activities going on in the city. Visualization or oralization, of course, is an interesting topic in itself. So how, when you have all these simulations, you have all this data, how do you communicate that in the best possible way? And that can be different depending on who is the stakeholder and what is the purpose of the modeling and the simulation. And of course, data management is also basis for this. How do we create our data models? How do we store our data? How do we make sure that data can flow freely between these different research areas and activities? We also have a work package on innovation and education. So making sure that the methods that we create both become useful to the industry partners and in general the society, and also making sure that we integrate this into both university education, so in our university courses and programs, and also to our partners and the industry at wide. So continued education is also a part of our mission. So next slide, please. So I will mention a few things that we have been working on. So this slide here gives a glimpse into the pipeline that we have developed for model for geometry and mesh generation. So we want to be able to work with raw data. So the data that is available both from the national cadasters, so public standard data, and also from the municipalities themselves. And this usually comes in the form of point clouds from scans, from aerial scans of the city, and also from property maps. So you have this for the whole of Sweden, and I think for most other countries as well. You have these data sets, and then we want to be able to combine them and create high quality 3D models. And this follows a pipeline where we first we take these property maps, we make sure that the data is of good quality, so we pre-process, we clean it up, make sure it has good quality, and then we combine this with the point clouds. So basically we take the buildings and we extrude them in the sort of height or z direction based on the point clouds. At this point we can now automatically generate high quality meshes for different purposes from this raw data in an automatic, efficient, and standardized way. And we are now looking into how can we improve this. So something to point out here is that you might need data for different purposes, and depending on whether you want to use it for, say, a visualization of a future scenario in a city, that data you need then can be very different from the data you need if you want to do a wind simulation. Then you might need, as in this lower right figure here, to create, say, a tetrahedral mesh of the air surrounding the city and the buildings. That's very different from having a surface mesh for visualization. So here you see a couple of examples of data we have created. So if we move forward to those slides, please. Next slide. Yeah, this one, and maybe next one. And next one. So here you see an example of a part of the capital of Sweden, Stockholm, that we generated last week. When just by marking this region on the map and pressing a button, we get this this mesh, and it's a high quality mesh that can be used directly for both visualization and simulation modeling. So, for example, air quality and wind simulations. So next slide, please. So together with Gate, we are working on extending our current pipeline from generating these quite simple LOD1, so flat roofs models, to LOD2 and LOD3. So we will then be using, we have ongoing work where we use machine learning to identify the shapes and topologies of the roofs, combining this with the point cloud data to generate detailed and high quality meshes for cities. So that is our current, so one of our sort of most interesting current projects together with Jute. So next slide, please. And when you have these meshes, you can do things like large scale, high performance wind simulation. So this is an example from an area close to our university in Sweden, performed by the Fraunhofer Chalmers Institute, which is also a partner in our center. So they use the same technology refined that they used for doing simulations of, say, the wind around cars, to do the same kind of thing, CFD for cities. Of course, it's a different scale, new things come into play, but basically taking this methodology and adapting it to this new situation of wind simulation in cities. So next slide, please. So this is my final slide. So I would like to point out a few challenges that I've seen in our work so far. And those relate to data access, complexity, and sustainability. So when it comes to data, there are many challenges, of course, but one of them is just getting access to the data. And this is not a technical or legal issue. It's more sort of a human issue. People have data, they own data, and they don't want to share it because they feel that we put some effort into generating this data. Maybe we paid someone to generate the data for us. So they feel an ownership, and that is sort of the first thing to unlock if you want to get access to data. How can you ask someone to share their data, even if it's just for research? I find that it's often difficult to get even municipalities to give their data freely, no strings attached, to a research project. Complexity, of course. I mean, building a data model, a representation of a city is bound to be complex because the city itself is very complex. It has been built over many hundred years, and of course, mirroring that in a digital twin will be a complex model if you want to capture all the aspects of the physical city. And lastly, sustainability. You can create pilot projects, you can create impressive so-called digital twins of cities. But the question is, what will happen next day? What will happen next year? What will happen in 5 years? So we need to put more focus on the processes of how we generate cities automatically from raw data, so that when new raw data becomes available, that just feeds into the system and you get a new model. So it's continuously updated. So we make sure that the digital twins that we create don't become artifacts or exhibition objects that we can showcase, and then they will sort of slowly fade into and become obsolete. So those are my some points I want to put out there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anders. So again, that's a great overview of what's happening with DTCC. And I know in DTCC we are very fortunate to have many very engaged stakeholders, both the industry and the municipalities. And I think this is a good time now to move on to the final presenter today. We have Gensho Karasov, who is representing the Sofia municipality, who I know are working very closely with the Gates Centre And hopefully that's a collaboration which benefits both sides. So please, I'll pass over to you now. Please share your presentation with us.
Thank you so much. It really has been a great pleasure to work with the Gate Institute because digital twins is a major topic for us. I want to refer to what Anders finished with, that it is really important to have the digital twins not just as an artifact or a showcase of technology, but something that is the daily management of the city. So before we dive into that, just to share for a bit what our Department of Digitalization, Innovation and Economic Development is doing for context for the audience. So we have had great progress in making Sofia a really innovative city and the city of the future. We are blessed to have a very strong technological community in Sofia, and the IT ecosystem and the innovative business is the main driver for both economic growth and innovation within the city. So we were ranked at 19th in the this year's FDI Tech and Cities of the Future competition. And this is because of the work of the entire community and ecosystem. The entire digital transformation of the city is based on a very detailed plan, which is the digital transformation strategy and the action plan of implementing it. We are working on 15 key topics to make the city and the municipality as digital as possible. We are on the one hand working on transforming the processes and the digital services for citizens within the municipality as an administration. And on the other hand, we are working towards creating the conditions for Sofia to continue growing and become smarter and smarter as a city, and to support the innovative businesses. We have launched multiple initiatives already in the last year with this regard. And one of our major successes was creating the Sandbox for Innovation. This is something like a VC program that the municipality is supporting startups and innovative companies, that when they identify a city's challenge and they can apply their technology to solve it, we are welcoming them and starting to experiment, create a small pilot project and a definite use case that we can scale up afterwards. And instead of looking to get returns as a VC would do, what the municipality is looking for is public impact. We afterwards analyze those projects and decide where do we want to scale them, and we will look for funding for large-scale implementation going forward. And Gate has been really useful, and we are now working on analyzing some of those projects to make sure that they are scalable and they have a sustainable impact. Now, the digital twin is a particular case for us. As mentioned before and from all the other speakers, it is really a tool for improving the life of the citizens. In Sofia, we are especially focused on facilitating the urban processes, and what is really crucial for us is making data-driven decision-making. We want to use the digital twin as a tool to simulate every major change that we want to make in the city. For example, let's say we want to build a skyscraper or a really large building. There's an investor, or it's part of the plan of the chief architect. Sofia is a really sophisticated system like any major city. And when you do something, when you want to create something like that, such a change in the landscape, this of course affects air conditioning, it affects traffic, it affects residency. So our end goal here and our biggest aim is to have a tool that will allow us to simulate how this change that we want to make in the city will impact all the other systems. So the most important thing in the digital twins for us is to assist us with decision making, not just to have expert assessments and feedback from the community, but to make sure that for everything that we do in the city, we are supported by the data and by a simulative model that can predict with a certain amount, with a high amount of certainty, what the effect will be to the community and to all the other systems. This, of course, will bring us a lot of benefits, like having more effective resource allocation. It's a huge topic for us that we need to be better and better in allocating resources and making sure that the money are spent in a way that sustainably change the lives of people for the better, and we have an effect of our investments that is building on top of each other. We are heavily looking forward to making all our investments as sustainable as possible now. Every project that we are doing, especially in our department, is aimed into providing as much data as possible. And we are now also starting to experiment together with Gate to see what for a short example. We created the first entirely smart kindergarten in Sofia. We have invested in sustainable energy resources and a smart system for managing all the expenses and all the resources that are being spent by the administration of the kindergarten. And we try to tackle the air quality inside. Air quality in general is a huge topic, as also Desi mentioned, for Sofia. But we wanted to also start exploring what happens in the inside. And we installed sensors and this digital canary that helps children to be more aware of the quality of the air that they're breathing. And it also helps the teachers to make sure that the quality on the inside is better. The main challenge there was that everyone in Sofia is concerned with the fine dust particles, and it turns out that in the inside, in the offices, in the kindergartens, in the schools, actually the CO2 levels is the major issue. So we already have had this for maybe 6 months now, and we have provided all this data to the Gate, and now we want to try to analyze and to model what the effect would be if we implement such solutions across the entire city, in all kindergartens and in all schools, for example. We can also expand that to all the hospitals in Sofia and different kind of public buildings as well. We have multiple projects that we work in. As we mentioned, we want to have every project that we invest in to be data driven and to gather as much data as possible, so we can actually have all of this data integrated into the digital twin, and to make sure that we have as much data driven planning as possible. There are multiple other projects that we're working on as a department, and they all come together into this grand vision. And there are also projects that we work in that are policy driven. We are part of multiple international networks like Policy Cloud, IURC, and the 100 Intelligent Cities Challenge that we get from our partner cities different good examples about how to use data for policy making. And this is also important for us to integrate our project together with Gate with these good practices that our international network is involved in. And we also are involved in different reports and analysis that can find their place into the digital twin, because we as a city has also economic data and data that is not just from the urban environment, that can also be part of the twins. So I also want to share this very important example for us that Desi mentioned. Kindergartens is a huge challenge for the people of Sofia. We have fewer kindergartens than are necessary for the kids around. So we created last year a system that it's automatically enrolling the children to the most appropriate kindergarten that they have. next to them. The issue here was, though, that how do we regionalize those kindergartens? We have many people living in the neighborhood, and we have to make sure that we have the most fair competition for those kindergarten stalls. We provided all the data to the Gate Institute, and we're now trying to make a really data-driven regionalizing. We took the example of Paris and different French cities. They have this principle of a 15-minute city. The idea is that you need to have everything that you need for your daily life within 15 minutes, or a theater or a supermarket, or to be able to travel to your workplace, all within 15 minutes. So we took this idea and we asked, can we do really a map of the city in which every kindergarten is with 10-minute walk from the homes of the parents and the children that need to go there. So we're very excited about this, and we're looking forward to getting the first analysis from Gate, and hopefully we will be able to drive this moving forward as the first use case for data-driven decision making, entirely coming from a digital twin project, to make sure that the children and the parents are with the feeling that we have the utmost fair competition for having the children in the public kindergartens. So this is in short, and we are very excited about this project. We are very grateful to have the chance to work with Gate on those topics, and we're very much looking forward for the first results coming out of our cooperation.
Thanks very much, Gesho. So again, many of the things that are echo back to things earlier this morning, the importance of sustainability and scalability in both the digital city, but also in the real city itself. You stressed the importance of the partnerships, both partnerships with academia, with Gate, with also the international partners through the many collaborations that you're involved in. And also, it stuck with me mentioned the importance of the digital twin city as a tool, not just as a showcase, but something which is there working day to day, supporting the data-driven decisions that the city is making. So thanks for that. Regarding the timing, we are at the time when we were due to finish, but we did start a few minutes late. I would at least like to have one round of questions. So I'd just like to ask each of you perhaps to comment on perhaps one or two words or phrases that you have stood out for you in the presentations today, or particular words or phrases associated with challenges that you would like the audience to take with us going forward. So perhaps, Tuomo, I can turn to you first. Some reflections or challenges that we should take with us.
Yeah, I think there has been really great presentations, and thank you for that. Those talks, and clearly there's a lot of things to do, and now that this the design of cities and sustainability in many ways, there are different meanings, and are very important for cities eventually. So I think there's a lot of collaboration there to do, and to work on. It's splendid to have this kind of event, and understanding the many developments of this designing and tools and the efforts that have been done, and also the domains, which are very important. And it seems that it's not exactly the same in every city, but there's many learnings from each other. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tuomo. And Stefano, can I turn to you next, either your reflections or the challenges you see?
Thank you, Graham. One word, I would like to comment on one of the challenge that Andreas pushed forward, because I think it's rather important. This is the one on sustainability. This is key for all of us in ICT when we do some experiments or some use cases and this. And then it's the challenge that we as a community, we have to be sure that we are able to show the benefits of what we do. So it's not only to have a committed stakeholder like we have here in this panel. Thank you, Kencho, for your presentation. Great, and show a huge commitment from your city. But we have to show also the fact that these solutions are good. And this is the very important aspect that I would take on board, because this is always there. It's always there. The sustainability of what we do and the fact that we are able to show to the general public that we are working for the benefit of all.
Thanks, Stefano. And Desi, please.
Thank you, Graham. First, I want to join the challenge of funders about the data, how to convince the stakeholders to share their data and to use data as a decision support tool. And the second one that I was to mention that I'm very happy that we have created in GATE in the Future Cities application area a multidisciplinary team, because we need not only machine learning and AI, but we need also a lot of domain expertise in order to model the city to create more precise data models. And of course, we need standardizations, and we are working on adoption of file-aware data models in our use cases. So thank you.
Thanks, Desi. And Anders, please.
Yeah, something that I think actually you mentioned, Graham, is that, and something that connects to what I mentioned about this challenge about complexity. So the city is complex, and there are complex challenges to solve. But when we now, as a society, are trying to solve these challenges, we are building organizations, we're building software, we're building data models, standards, and so on, and that in itself is a quite complex world. So I find it a challenge to relate to all these standards and initiatives going around, both nationally and in Europe and internationally. So how do you relate to all these efforts and initiatives? How can you, I mean, there are so many. So how can you find time to engage in all these? And you really need to engage with many of them, because, I mean, if you're going to model a city, you need so many things. So it's very demanding to sort of stay on top on what is the best practice, what is the best API, what is the best standard to use for each particular case that you need to cover when you try to build the digital twin of your city. So that's my remark.
Thanks, Anders. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Anders. And finally, Gencho, please. Check you're unmuted, please.
Sorry. For us also, as Desi mentioned, our biggest challenge is breaking the silos of data, like making sure that all stakeholders are willing to share the data and to find the proper framework in which we can open as much of this data as possible to the public. Because of course there will be sensitive data, but how do we make sure that the data that we have as municipality, as companies, as citizens is joined together in a common model that is able, that we can actually open to citizens? Because this is how innovation is born, in my opinion. We provide as much information as data as possible to innovative people and companies, and then they can come and say, look, you have an issue here, this is how we can solve it together. So that will be the main thing. How do we break the silos, create a joint model where all this data is connected and understandable in a common model, and open as much as it to the public, so we can have innovation coming out of it.
Thanks. That's, I think, some great points to end on. Thanks to all of you. It's been a fascinating session. I feel that there are many common themes, even though we're spanning quite a broad spectrum, from those focusing on perhaps more the technological side of data sharing, right through to the eventual use of data in decision making. But I think that this is important, that we have all of these partners involved, that there's good communication channels among us all. And as Desi was mentioning, the importance of multidisciplinary approaches. There's so much to do to deal with the complexities that we all face. So I think that we've reached the end of our time for this morning. I just would like to thank you all once again for your participation. And I look forward to what's going to happen next, and thinking ahead to next year's forum, how things are going to have developed in the Gate Institute in this field by then. So we'll leave it there for today, and once again, thank you.
Thank you, Graham, for moderating this session, and thank you for all participants
We don't hear you,
share their
Sylvia.
vision. Oh, sorry, I was muted. Again, thank you, Graham, for
Sylvia,
moderating.
we don't hear you.
Still? Do you hear me now? Thank you, Graham, for moderating the session, and all the speakers for this, for sharing their thoughts and sharing the challenges and directions for future work. And really looking forward next year to see what we have achieved in cooperation together, exchanging ideas and experience. And now we will continue with the videos for our researchers. We will start with the researchers working in future cities, where Desi is leading this team, quite international, multidisciplinary. And then the videos from digital health domain where we're working, and maybe there will be 5 minutes break, and then in 2 o'clock Eastern European time we'll continue with this information session, where also Milena Dobrova, who is leading the efforts in Bulgaria, will present our work there together with our partners and cooperation. Thank you very much, and we'll continue with the videos, and see you 2 o'clock for the next online session.
Hi, my name is Peter Christoph. I'm an experienced researcher at the Gate Institute, and I work in the Future Cities application domain, and more specifically on the analysis and modeling of urban air quality. In my work, I use statistical and mathematical methods to quantify the uncertainty in numerical simulations and experimental measurements. I am part of a highly motivated team dedicated to delivering outstanding results. Our work has been validated on national and international level, where we constantly attract collaborations with individuals and institutions who appreciate the potential and importance of our research. My research produces methods and tools related to the development of uncertainty-aware digital twins, which by design should have a sufficiently high level of fidelity to replace the physical systems they correspond to. For example, here you can see results from a computational fluid dynamics simulations of a city in Japan. This simulation represents a test in a wind tunnel, seen on the right, and one in a computational domain, seen on the left. In the middle, you can see a statistical tool used to validate the computational framework. Moreover, we apply advanced statistical techniques to fuse information from different sensors located in different locations in Sofia city. You can see here on the right a map of the city overlaid with a nitrous oxide concentration prediction. This tool allows people to get a better picture of the quality of the air they breathe in. I collaborate with many individuals from academia and industry to increase the exposure of stakeholders to the fact that we do not live in a world that we fully understand, and this uncertainty must be quantified. For example, we have a strong ongoing collaboration with Chalmers University in Sweden, as well as their industrial and patent division, Chalmers Industry Technique. Collaborations with London Metropolitan Universities are also undergoing and look at different aspects of urban air quality modeling. Our research is supported strongly by Sofia municipality through information, different initiatives, and support. And technically, we collaborate with companies such as Develit, Telelink, and others who provide technical solutions for our needs. Developing digital twins is a challenging task. There are many nuances that need to be taken into account, and small deviations in unpredictable human behavior can have a significant impact on the inferences of the twin. However, my team and I are confident that through our research, we will help policymakers take informed, evidence-based decisions. We also believe our work benefits the public as a whole by unlocking the potential of data that surrounds us to promote a healthier, more sustainable lifestyle for an engaged society.
Hi everyone, I am Rodostin Mitkov and I'm a junior researcher at the Gate Institute. Today I'll be presenting my current work, and together with my colleagues Maria and Petar are working on the future cities research area at the Gate Institute, and more specifically we're currently working on the Digital Twin Cities project. In our work we use CFD simulations, which stands for computational fluid dynamics. Such type of simulations is often used to solve any type of fluid problems, and in our case we're using it to simulate wind flow environment in cities. We have defined two main types of simulations. The first one is urban simulations, which could also be called outdoor simulations. These include pedestrian, wind and thermal comfort, and also air pollution dispersion. The second type of simulations is the indoor simulations. These again include thermal comfort, air pollution dispersion, and assessment of the ventilation and heating efficiency. One of our use cases for the urban simulations includes this study of Krastova Vara in Sofia. We obtained our geometry from building footprints and created the 3D geometry. Then we simplified the geometry by removing any small gaps and small details which are problematic later when meshing the geometry. This is what the 3D geometry looks like, and which is ready for meshing. The model is then meshed using ANSYS Fluent, and currently we're in the process of simulation and obtaining preliminary results. Our second use case is an indoor simulation of a kindergarten room. And this is what the geometry of the kindergarten room looks like. We can see the beds, we can see the tables, the chairs, desks. We can also see the windows of the room and the doors. Also the heaters. Also we'll take into account the children in the room, which are a main source of carbon dioxide, which is important in our study. And finally we have a measuring device in one of the corners in the room, whose purpose is to measure the levels of the humidity levels, the temperature in the room, and also the levels of different gases such as carbon dioxide. And we're hoping to use CFD to validate this case against the experimental results, and hopefully to propose effective ventilation methods. And thank you for your attention.
Hey, my name is Stoyan. I'm a junior researcher at the Gate Institute, and I'm currently doing geospatial network analysis. I graduated from Imperial College London, where I got my master's in earthquake engineering, and I also hold a baccalaureate from the University of Liverpool in civil engineering. I'm currently working on big data and AI on geospatial data. So I'm going to present exactly what the Institute have been doing over the past year on this topic. So essentially what we have been doing is using open source tools for GIS that have GIS capabilities. And we have been developing these frameworks in order to develop tools for city planners or urbanists so that they can make better decisions within an urban environment. So in terms of technology, we looked at a lot of tools, and we selected these open source libraries that can create a good pipeline in order to deal with geospatial data and make data analysis on them. So essentially, we've developed this ecosystem of open source databases and open source analytical tools and open source machine learning tools and visualization tools in order to create full applications that can be then used by someone in the practicing world. So the foundation of why we actually started doing this was that we started working with Sofia Plan on they have developed a process that's essentially they were able to calculate for each zone within the city what were the indicators within that space. So they could analyze. They created analysis based on indicators on how well this space was doing in terms of public infrastructure, in terms of gross floor area and green spaces, and a lot of factors within the urban environment. And they provided us with this information, and they wanted us to do a generative design tool. So essentially something that could recommend how can we make this place better based on their analysis. So we've developed essentially a generative design tool, which is to say a tool that optimizes under certain criteria. It optimizes the geometry and provides a number of alternative plans that actually are suboptimal, and then from those plans an urbanist can come and can take one depending on their expertise within the field. So we've developed a tool, and essentially what you have is empty parcels within. So for example, we've made this on Rostova Vada, and what you have is this empty parcels, and we need to put buildings within them so that they're the optimal in the best optimal position, and these buildings can either be, for example, parking or residential buildings, office buildings, kindergartens, what have you. So we've developed this, and there was a lot of mathematical consideration, but essentially we've used genetic algorithms in order to simulate different scenarios and then rank them and then perform some modeling on the essentially the genetic process, and then come up with the best optimal scenarios for this particular plan. So the result was a tool where an architect can scroll through different scenarios and and decide on a plan that he likes best, essentially a catalog of plans. So that was the first problem that we tackled, and it only dealt with position in space and how to allocate buildings based on the requirements for space. But the second capability that we wanted to develop was the requirement of distance. So essentially we wanted to calculate how far away is each kindergarten from the closest, each building from its closest kindergarten, and what kindergarten services which buildings based on distance alone. So we've developed this, again, using this ecosystem, using these libraries, open source libraries in Python. We developed new functionalities on top of them in order to perform such analysis. So the result was a brand new model that essentially you can input geometry, you can input buildings and a public service, and it can tell you how well it's serviced based on that geometry. As a result, Sofia Plan actually published the findings on their website. So that was a good result. And the next step is not only to be able to calculate the coverage of existing buildings, but to be actually able to place new buildings in the most optimal positions. So essentially, if you're building kindergartens, you can position new kindergartens in the most optimal way as to serve as many buildings as possible in the most optimal way, minimizing cost, optimizing position. So essentially, that's what we have been doing for the past year in this group. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Angus Pasov and I'm a junior researcher at Gate Institute. My application domain is future cities and I'm also part of the Digital Twin project, which aim is to develop a 3D informational model of Sofia. My work is mostly related to the development and application of machine learning and with more focus on computer vision systems. The idea or the main purpose of computer vision is to build systems which automatically can extract and analyze information about the 3D world from digital images. We work with different type of imagery taken by different devices. For example, we use a lot of aerial imageries, such as multispectral satellite images, also orthophotos taken by planes, and of course images taken by drones. In the following, you will see some of the tasks that we have been working on. Here you see an example results of projects which aim was to analyze satellite images and localize the buildings. The purpose of this work, or why is the information important, is because it provides useful insights for city modeling, also for cadastral inspection, and of course also for planning the infrastructure. Here you see some other examples. On the left side, you see a tile of an orthophoto, and next to it you see a segmentation mask indicating where are the edges of the rooftops. This information is important for analysis of the solar potential of the buildings. And on the right side, you see another task, which was basically to analyze the vegetation in the city. Using multispectral satellite imagery, we were able to relatively well segment the vegetation areas, and also to get information about its density. And lastly, there is this is a project that we have just started working on. The purpose is to build a system that can detect road damages. In this case, we have devices mounted on a vehicle or on several vehicles that capture videos of the road, and this information is then automatically analyzed to provide information first about where are the damages, and second, which class or predefined class do they belong to. Ultimately, this information would serve road maintenance agencies and potentially also citizens. So this was just a glimpse of what we are working on in the computer vision area. Thank you for your attention.
Hello again, everyone. I am Rustin Mitkov, and I'm a junior researcher at GATE. Together with my colleagues Maria and Peter, we are also working on wind simulations using IBFlow, which is a software developed by our partners at Chalmers University in Sweden. In order to be able to use this software in research applications or industrial applications, we first need to be confident in its validity. This means that we first need to validate the software against experimental results. And the case that you see here is a tall building which is surrounded by numerous shorter ones. And the goal is to compare the velocities from the experimental results and from the computational results at the points that you see on the right. Those are the measurement points around the central building. The second case is a real-world case from a city in Japan. And here the goal is to compare the results before and after the construction of 3 of the central buildings, which you can see that on the left are missing, and in the central image they're present. On the right image you can again see the measurement locations where velocity is measured and where later will become compared to computational results. Regarding the first case, we have performed a wind study from 3 different wind directions, and the results you can see on the plots on the right, where we compare the experimental values against computational values. We have also extracted the correlation coefficients between the experimental and computational results, and we have concluded that they agree rather well. Regarding the second case, we are currently in the process of simulating it, and we are hoping to be able to present more detailed results in the future. And thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Evgeny Marinov. I am experienced researcher at Gate Institute. My main focus at Gate is the research and development of machine learning algorithms and exploratory data analysis. I'm currently working on a project related to the analysis of air quality. We use data from air quality stations and meteorological data as well. All the stations are located in Sofia. My research consists of 2 parts. The first one is the exploratory data analysis. As we show here, we develop, this is a snapshot of a web publication that is dedicated for the citizens and the municipality to be able to see our exploratory data analysis. On the next slide, we can see clear patterns on daily basis for the different districts of Sofia. For example, these are for Druzhba, Pavlovo, Kupitutu, and Orlov Most. And we depict here the amount of nitrogen dioxide for the specific days. We also apply standard machine learning and statistical algorithms, but also more advanced machine learning algorithms. And we can say maybe some of the algorithms are linear tree, support vector machines, random forest, gradient boosting. In this research, actually, we show that the more novel machine learning algorithms outperform the older statistical methods. Here, for example, this is with blue, we have the original data, and in orange is our prediction on daily basis for some period of time, which is about 2 months. And we can clearly see that in some regions, our algorithm very accurately can predict the pattern. For estimation metrics, we use mean absolute error and root mean squared error, as well as R2 score. Also, we use linear tree, which is a novel method for machine learning time series analysis. With this approach, we can clearly see that there are variables or features with great importance. So actually our next step is to develop the web application more and to publish this research in a paper. Thank you for the attention.
Hello, my name is Monika Rapka and I'm a junior researcher at the Gate Institute. I work in the data engineering research area on the Urban Data Space project. In my work, I use Internet of Things and communication and software technologies like MQTT and REST APIs to solve the problem of collecting, pre-processing and transmitting live data from the environment sensor stations which are located on the territory of Sofia. To solve these problems, I access the existing APIs for these outdoor sensor stations, which provide access to the live sensor data, and I create Python programs to achieve the solutions. I work in close collaboration with my project team, as well as the researchers from Future City application area of GATE, working on a flagship project for building city digital twin. My work relies on the expertise acquired from previous research projects I have worked on at London Metropolitan University. My work is related to the development of a real-time data channel for the GATE platform, which enables acquisition of sensor data from live environment based on the use of existing APIs, asynchronous transmission of sensor data using MQTT messaging protocol, applying of various techniques and models for data cleaning, formatting, and transportation into a central server for further data integration and analysis. The main challenges I face come from two different directions. Quality of the sensor data and reliability of the sensors. It is important that the data I'm transporting into the server is valid and accurate. So far, the most important outcome of my work is the successful establishment of an operational channel for the collection of data from the live outdoor sensors in real time and its transmission to a central server where it's integrated with other systems. The benefits of my research work include enabling the real-time, streamlined analysis of live data on the GATE platform with offline investigation of historical data. They concern both the potential for establishment of live data channels on GATE platform in general, as well as the work of the Data Management Research Group of GATE. This achievement has potentially big impact on the environmental situation in the city, since it allows monitoring of the living environment and potentially improving the living conditions of the citizens. Currently, I am working on the collection and transmission of an indoor sensor station data, which will expand the scope of real-time data processing from the outdoor environments and further increase the impact of the digital technologies on the life of the people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wiktor Sowiński-Mydlarz. I am a researcher at the GATE Institute. I work in the containerization and visualization research area on the Urban Data Space project. In my work, I use a CityGML 3.0 conceptual model and QGIS 3.22 for pre-processing and editing of geodata. For visualization, I have containerized 3D city database and Cesium Ion platform for 3D geospatial data using Kubernetes and Docker. I have reviewed different data definition and data storage methodologies in CityGML 3.0 as well as encodings. I have also containerized Neo4j graph database. I work in close collaboration with my colleagues from the Urban Space project team. I have also been involved in the London Metropolitan University transformation project, giving me the expertise needed for the current project. My work involves overlaying the Krasowa Woda and Lozenec district 3D buildings mappings over OpenStreetMaps and ESRI World Imagery Term layer, as well as overlaying air quality stations locations and historical pollution data. The live data is coming from 21 air pollution stations through an API. I have implemented automatic hourly updating of measurements shown as heat maps and numerical values. There is a visualization of 5 years worth of average values, historical data from 5 air pollution stations. The following 4 KML layers can be switched on and off: Lozenec district 3D building model, devices, measurements, and historical layer. The main challenges I face involve working with KML, keyhole markup language layers, and maintaining the Python code which updates the layers. This means parsing JSON data, updating KML hourly with new data, and sending to Cesium Ion platform for visualization. The outcome of my work is picturing the measurements from air quality stations, shown as color-coded heat maps updated every hour. The benefit of my research is visual analysis of air quality measurements with option to correlate these measurements with historical data. This is the last step in the GATE platform operation where we can actually see the results in graphical form. Furthermore, I'm currently working on the machine learning, possibly neural network analysis of temporal and geospatial aspects of the historical data in conjunction with semantic data of types of buildings. This analysis will have a substantial impact on the way that we envisage the relationship between the most prolific polluters and those who suffer from the air pollution. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Vasil Vasilev. I'm professor in artificial intelligence and intelligent systems and senior researcher at the GATE Institute. I work in the data engineering research area where I'm responsible for building the GATE platform. My previous work for GATE includes successful completion of technological pilot and one research project dedicated to resolving the concurrency in transaction processing, both are relevant to the development of the platform. I designed the GATE platform using two complementary principles, vertical layering and horizontal integration. They meet all requirements of GATE as a research and innovation institution, and at the same time, they allow implementing it as a cloud-based service-oriented architecture, highly desirable from the point of view of enabling parallel work on different themes. During the conceptualization of the platform, I developed a complex ontology, policy, and workflow models of data processing, which served the theoretical basis for developing of the various components of the platform and their integration on the private cloud of GATE Institute. I work in close collaboration with my colleagues from data management research area, the Bulgarian companies supporting GATE, and the international partners of GATE from Sweden, Norway, and Italy, as well as with my colleagues from London Metropolitan University. My work enables the efficient use of the available technical infrastructure of GATE for providing methodological and technological support of the teams working on research, innovation, and commercialization projects. It has a big impact on the entire GATE ecosystem as a potential bridge between academia and industry for digital transformation. The main challenges I faced come from two different directions. Firstly, insufficient technological experience for working in a cloud environment in Bulgaria. And secondly, the competition with the Bulgarian software industry, which diverts the attention of the most talented graduates towards taking relatively well-paid but not challenging enough jobs in industry. Because of that, my current team includes researchers from several countries on 3 different continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa. Currently, I'm leading the team of Urban Data Space project in collaboration with colleagues from Future City application domain. It's paving the way to migrate the existing projects of GATE to the platform and is preparing it for providing data services in the 4 main application domains in the focus of GATE Institute: Future City, Digital Healthcare, and Electronic Government and Smart Industry. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Arvind Nagarmi. I'm a researcher at the GATE Institute. I focus on the data ingestion, persistence, and analysis research area on the Urban Data Space project. To elaborate on my work a bit further, I have this presentation prepared. In my work, I use concepts of containerization to configure various services for ingesting sensor data from the client and storing it for further use. I have containerized services for MQTT for handling data ingestion, also Kafka for any future use, and MongoDB and Postgres for the persistence of data. I mainly configure these services and write scripts in Python for functionality and the analysis of data. This is how I generally use and access the cloud server in Bulgaria to do my work. I work in close collaboration with my colleagues from the project team and researchers from the GATE Institute. My experience working in similar projects in London Metropolitan University has proven to be a valuable asset in the current scenario as well. I write scripts for functionality of the containers and configure them for access. My part in this project is highlighted in the boxes below, and I use these services and scripts for ingesting sensor data, ingesting complaints, correlations, and such. This is basically how I have set up the containerization of the services. I have services for MQTT, Kafka, and MongoDB. Similarly, this is how I have set up the configured the ingestion of the data. This data that is being ingested on screen is for the devices, sensor devices that are in Sophia, and the consequential measurements of those devices. Similarly, these devices, the data from those devices are stored in MongoDB and can be accessed as follows. The main challenges that I've followed in this project so far is of data quality. There is a lot of redundant, inconsistent, and non-relevant data that I've been receiving. For example, from the measurements data, each of these rows have the time, basically the column values that have been repeated in each and every single row, which is redundant. And for example, in the user complaints, there are different HTML tags and CSS tags that are mixed in with the data, which is non-relevant information. To conclude, I would like to share my current work progress. Currently, I'm working on the pre-processing and analysis of data for possible prediction and correlation scenarios. I have processed all the data that I've received from the sensors, and I have used it to calculate different covariance and correlation values, which I will plan to use for prediction. Thank you.
Hello, a quick introduction. My name is Dion Marianigan, and I'm an electronics lecturer and systems engineer, specializing in embedded systems, IoT, and human-machine interfacing, in particular, cybernetics. I'm a researcher at Gate Institute, and I work as a systems engineer in the Urban Data Space project. My main objectives were to first research existing air quality monitoring systems, then make an indoor version that could read various environmental data that then would be sent over to our servers and visualized using ThinkSpeak. In my research, I used various sensors and technologies, such as embedded programming for IoT development and active real-time filtering, data acquisitions for gathering sensor data, cloud interfacing to ThinkSpeak for visualization, designing circuit diagrams and professional PCBs, 3D modeling and printing for bespoke casing, successfully all combined to make a real-time indoor local air quality monitoring system that is planned to be mounted throughout London Metropolitan University for continuous monitoring and data gathering. This not only promotes further research, but actively moves towards a cleaner and healthier society. Though the path to success was faced by many challenges, as anomalies for the sensor readings, which was solved by implementing a Kalman filter, 3D modeling and printing issues, that was also solved by using high quality PLA plus filaments, and lastly, power management between the microcontroller and sensors, that was solved using smoothing. The next step is already under motion, as we've been researching how to detect the presence of mold within indoor environments and have been liaising with the local governments with potential collaboration with the NHS. Thank you all for listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Sofia Lazarova and I'm junior researcher at the Gate Institute. Today I'm going to shortly talk about ontologies in general and the ontology I'm building for the Cognitwin project. So by the end of this talk, I hope that I would have answered the following three questions. What is an ontology? Why do we need ontologies? And how do we apply ontologies here at Gate? So when we're talking about ontologies, the very rough definition of it would be a toolbox that is allowing us to model the world around us or parts of it. But what really makes ontologies special is the fact that they are taking this classical taxonomy idea, and they're expanding it a little bit with definitions for all the classes, and then they're taking this very nice but human readable structure and they're translating it into machine readable definitions. And by doing so, ontologies support automated reasoning, and they also support knowledge discovery. So as an outcome of this, we can say that we are using ontologies whenever we have very complex domains that we need to describe, and we have a lot of people involved, and we want to make sure that all of these people have access to the same information and understand it the same way. Whenever we are integrating data from multiple sources, or we would like to enable automated reasoning and knowledge discovery. So the CogniTwin project is a project that is dealing with modeling patients with cognitive disorders, and ultimately is aiming at using machine learning for finding out early predictors of such disorders, or just predicting the outcome for patients in a more effective way. So how did we decide that we need ontology for this project? Well, for one, we have a lot of people involved, and a lot of them have different backgrounds. We have physicians and we have software engineers. And whenever these people are talking to each other, we would like to make sure that they mean the same thing and they're using the same vocabulary. Apart from that, medical data is very complex, and for anyone who's not part of the medical field, this could be quite confusing, and ontologies can be very helpful here. And last but not least, this project will feature data integration from multiple sources, very complex data, and also from sources that have different types of data. So ontologies can be very helpful here as well. The structure that our ontology is following is that it's taking this subject, which might be a patient or it might be a healthy subject, and the subject is going through a number of medical tests, and the results of them are actually clinical findings, which are kind of put together, forming this clinical picture, which is then evaluated, and the outcome of this whole process is the current diagnosis of this patient. And at this current time, we are focusing on Alzheimer's disease, so we are taking this general structure and we are plugging in data that's relevant to diagnosing Alzheimer's disease. So practically right now we have 108 classes, and this is just a partial image of the class taxonomy that we are currently using. But building an ontology is actually just the first step of many ahead for CogniTwin, and right now we are at the point where we're going to begin this big data integration, by the end of which we are hoping to get large enough database and on which we can then focus on data analysis and efficient visualizations. That's it from me. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the rest of our event.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here and listening to my presentation. My name is Denitsa Grigorova, and I have a PhD in statistics. Currently, I hold an experienced researcher position at the Digital Health Unit within GATE. I joined the team in September last year. Back then, I started working on the data from the Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative, abbreviated as ADNI, which is a longitudinal multi-center study designed to develop clinical, imaging, genetic, and biochemical biomarkers for the early detection and tracking of Alzheimer's disease. Longitudinal studies are studies that follow up subjects over time, and the data consist of repeated measurements on the same individuals. My main research topic is missing data with application in Alzheimer's disease. My most current project is to adequately model the results from one cognitive test called Mini Mental State Examination, or shortly abbreviated MMSE. It includes 30 questions on orientation, attention, memory, language, and visual spatial skills. The score is the number of correct answers, which means an integer between 0 and 30. This test is commonly used in medicine to screen for dementia. Advantages of the MMSE include requiring no specialized equipment or training for administration, and has both validity and reliability for the diagnosis and longitudinal assessment of Alzheimer's disease. Here I present the histogram of the MMSE score at baseline on ADNI data. From it, we can clearly see the ceiling effect. People with normal cognition very easily get the maximum number of points, which is one of the challenges of modeling this type of data. This is a spaghetti plot of MMSE score on 10 individuals over time, over 4 time points, baseline, 6 months, 12 months, and 2 years after the baseline measurement. Some of the subjects are with normal cognition in red, with Alzheimer's disease in black, and late mild cognitive impairment in green. We can see that some individuals dropped out of the study. Missing data are a very common problem in longitudinal studies. Very often individuals drop out or have intermittent missing observations. If not properly accounting for the missingness, the statistical analysis may lead to biased results. Now, let me tell you some words about the statistical definitions of missing data that were introduced by Rubin in 1976 and now are widely used. I will cite the examples from the paper by Scott and Bartlett for the illustration of these definitions without giving technical details. There are 3 missing data mechanisms used in the literature. Missing completely at random, for instance, is a failure to attend for a scheduled psychometric assessment in an Alzheimer's disease trial because of a taxi breakdown. It is as likely to affect one individual as any other independent of the data already collected or the data that were failed to be collected. Missing at random is, for example, a failure to attend for a follow-up psychometric assessment that was related to possibly unmeasured psychometric performance, but this association could be fully explained by dementia severity at baseline. Then any missing psychometric follow-up is missing at random. Missing not at random is a subsequent missing data when the patients dropping out of the Alzheimer's disease trial were those undergoing rapid cognitive decline following their last follow-up visit, and this could not be predicted from the data already collected in the trial. While one can distinguish data missing completely at random from missing at random or missing not at random, using relatively simple statistical techniques, it is impossible to distinguish the latter 2 categories by analyzing observed data. In my current work, I explore and practice data analysis techniques that can produce unbiased results under different missing data scenarios. For example, now we apply multiple imputation technique, that is one of the statistical procedures for coping with missing data problem, on another Alzheimer's disease dataset. It is very important to properly account for the missing data problem to obtain reliable statistical results. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Felicia Shakova. I have a PhD in molecular biology from St. John's University, USA, and a master's in bio and medical informatics from St. Clement Ohridsky, Sofia. I'm an experienced researcher at Gate Institute working in the domain of digital health. I work on multiple projects involving data analysis and machine learning techniques for biomedicine. My pilot project is concerning the application of classification methods on synthetic RNA sequencing data. RNA-seq is a modern and ubiquitous genomic tool that has greatly enhanced the understanding of the function of individual genes and gene networks. RNA-seq experiments have led to a number of discoveries in medicine over the recent years. This includes the stratification of acute myeloid leukemia patients into cohorts requiring different treatments, an example of personalized medicine. Also, the finding of key factors with important role in the pathogenesis of autism spectrum disorders. The experiment detects and quantifies multiple messenger RNA molecules, product of gene expression, described by the term transcriptome. The RNA-seq data is obtained by a standard workflow that includes a laboratory and a computational part. The computational part is extensive. It includes read alignment to a reference genome, quantifying reads that overlap a certain gene, representing the measurement of expression level. This is followed by filtering and normalizing and statistical analysis of significant changes in the expression levels of individual genes between sample groups. This is the most common RNA-seq application, the so-called analysis of differential gene expression, which is now considered a routine research tool. A well-known problem in the analysis of RNA-seq data is its high dimensionality. The expression of tens of thousands of genes or features is being measured, while the number of tested patients or samples is often restricted to a few hundred or less. This is due to hypersample cost, rarity of phenotype, or privacy restrictions. An example of the presented challenges is overfitting, when the classifier separates the sample data at hand well, but does poorly on future data, leading to unreliable prediction. When comparing machine learning methodology for RNA-seq data analysis, it is also necessary to measure the performance accuracy. Usually, this is not possible to do on real data sets due to unknown true gene expression levels and true differential expression state of each gene. With synthetic data, we can introduce changes in a controlled fashion and choose the optimal machine learning classification model with reliable error estimation. In a collaboration with Associated Professor Ivan Ivanov at Texas A&M University, we have conducted a study that examines the influence of different model parameters for the generation of synthetic RNA-seq data on several classifiers. These are linear discriminant analysis, LDA, k-nearest neighbors, KNN, support vector machines, SVM, and artificial neural networks, ANN. Here are our results. The panels A and B confirm the expectation that the increase in dispersion would lead to an increase in error rate for all classifiers. This is based on the fact that there could be an overlap between the distributions of the two classes when their variances increase, which makes them not as readily distinguishable. SVM is the most accurate classifier in the majority of the considered simulated data scenarios. However, the simplest classification rule, LGA, has similar or in some cases even better accuracy when the number of training samples is small. This is the result for the true positive rate metric, the classifier with the highest mean and lowest variance overall are SVM and KNN. LDA shows a high mean in the case of 50 training samples. LDA shows the greatest variance compared to the rest of the classification rules. This suggests that when only a small number of samples of real data is available, the standard scenario in biomedical research, LDA could be recommended as it is both simple and accurate classification rule. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Evgeny Marinov. I'm an experienced researcher at Gate Institute since September 2020. My main focus at Gate is the research and development of machine learning algorithms and exploratory data analysis. I'm currently working on a project related to Alzheimer's disease progression based on the so-called ATN framework. ATN stands for amyloid, tau, and neurodegeneration. Our current project is an extension of a research paper of colleagues from Oxford University. Predicting ATN status in pre-dementia individuals provides an important opportunity for targeted interventional studies. 1,010 other adults that are part of the study were allocated to one of the 5 ATN-defined biomarker categories. In the previous research, multinomial logistic regression tested risk factors to predict one of the 5 ATN subgroups. Some of the factors or features, including age, sex, education, APOE4, genetic variations, family history of dementia, cognitive function, vascular risk indices such as body mass index, high cholesterol, physical inactivity, ever small blood pressure, and some others, are used as features for the machine learning algorithms. Based on the measures of amyloid beta, p-tau, and neurodegeneration, there are 5 target AD groups categorized in the ATN framework. These are the normalized AD biomarkers, including 56% from our data, Alzheimer's pathologic change, consisting of 21%, Alzheimer's disease 60.6%, and so on. In our research consists of the introduction of additional features based on information value and weight of evidence. Weight of evidence helps to transform a continuous independent variable into a set of groups or bins based on similarity of dependent variable distribution, that is, number of events or number of non-events. And for continuous independent variables, we create bins or groups and then combine these categories with similar weight of evidence values. Some rules of the weight of evidence are that each category should be non-zero for both events and non-events. The weight of evidence should be monotonic, either growing or decreasing with the groupings. Missing values are binned separately. Another addition to the initial research consists of the application of more machine learning algorithms and methods applied for generalization of future or so-called unseen by the algorithm data. Some of the machine learning algorithms are tree-based methods like XGBoost, random forest, and there are also more standard ones such as support vector machines that we used in our research. Another methods from the machine learning domain we apply is the k-fold cross-validation. Cross-validation is a resampling method that uses different portions of the data to test and train a model on different iterations. It is mainly used in settings where the goal is prediction and one wants to estimate how accurately a predictive model will perform in practice, or how well it will generalize for unknown by the algorithm data. For the validation of our machine learning methods, we apply the area under the curve, which is a measure of the ability of a classifier to distinguish between classes, and it is used as a summary of the ROC curve. The higher the ROC, the better the performance of the model at distinguishing between the positive and negative classes. An ROC curve plots the true positive rate versus the false positive rate at different classification threshold. It's shown on this slide. And applying of these methods, we are able to improve the previous results by several percents, which is even more significant, although we use cross-validation. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone. Welcome again to our last session today, which is devoted on disinformation research and policy responses in the Balkans, where you will have a pleasure to have well-known keynote speakers and panelists, and to present the work we do in GATE and also in cooperation with our partners. Where they will present what are the specific in the Balkans and with such low resourced languages like Bulgarian. It's my pleasure to introduce Kalina Boncheva, who will be moderator of this session. She's leading researcher, a well-known researcher in the field. Kalina, please.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Sylvia. It is a real pleasure to be here today. And we have a wonderful set of speakers and experts on this panel. And due to the limited amount of time we have, I will not discuss too much the problem itself. I think by now we have all become aware of the fact that disinformation and citizen susceptibility to conspiracy theories and other misinformation around COVID vaccines, for example, specifically in the area of the Balkans and Bulgaria, is some of the amongst the worst in Europe, as has been reflected in a recent study by Globsec. And the problem is made significantly worse by the fact that, as Sylvia alluded, it's a minority language, and therefore the platform content moderation algorithms are not sufficiently adapted to Bulgarian, and also the cultural and geopolitical specifics. And therefore, basically, there are deficiencies in their responses, and they're not removing that disinformation as efficient as they are for languages like English or German. And this is in order to give you a better view of this problem and the bigger context, we have this panel today. So it is my great pleasure, first of all, to introduce Veni Markovski, who is a Bulgarian internet pioneer and entrepreneur, and co-founder of the first commercial internet service provider in Bulgaria. He has published hundreds of articles in Bulgarian and international news outlets, and he served as an expert in the high-level expert group on fake news and online disinformation to the European Commission. He is now in the newly established expert group on tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy through education and training. So without further ado, thank you, Veni. We're looking forward very much to your presentation.
Thanks, Kalina, and immediately I have to correct you. I was co-founder of the first commercial internet service provider in the capital of Bulgaria, not in Bulgaria as a whole. The first ISP in Bulgaria was in Varna, which Lexi. But I wanted to ask, to start with, if we can put the next slide, please. To start with some biographical data, but also to ask you, how do we know that I am actually Veni? I mean, there is a video, you see me, and there is somebody who says that his name is Veni. And the question is, how do we know it's me? With the new deep fake technologies, we could never be sure that whoever is talking to us is actually the person who they say they are. And if you remember one of the, or you may not remember because you may not have watched it, but in one of my favorite movies by Emir Kusturica, the great Balkan director, Time of the Gypsies, the main character says, "Since the moment I caught myself cheating, I don't believe anyone." So starting with this, the question of disinformation has been pretty much in the essence, I would say, of the Bulgarians who were born and lived under communism and the ones who are around us now. And it's true for actually all the Balkan countries and perhaps for all the countries around the world, because but we lived in an environment and in a society where disinformation was a governmental policy, and we have seen that times and again in everything that we've seen in the news, and to the extent that we knew as people of the quote-unquote developed socialist society, what is disinformation and how to spot it. So I think this background gives us a unique opportunity to look into the current modern trends of disinformation. And I started to be more involved with this in the last few years since the European Commission announced their first high-level expert group on fake news and disinformation online, as it was called. And by the way, in the first meeting of that group, there was a heated argument why we should not be using fake news, and it was due to the fact that the back then American president was using it in a completely different setting. Anyway, we came with a definition in 2018 that disinformation, as used in the report, includes all forms of false, inaccurate, or misleading information designed, presented, and promoted to intentionally cause public harm or for profit. Now, some of the people who are dealing with this information may not agree with that definition, but again, this was used for our report. And we continue to use this definition with slight updates in the current expert group, which started just a few months ago in October. We are hopeful to come with a report next year, and we know that the European Commission then will have its communication, and hopefully the platform this time around will have a better understanding of the issues that we've been trying to alert them in the first report in 2018. Back then, when we published our report, the European Commission also issued a communication, and the platforms accepted a code of good practices, which they still follow, but definitely there is a need for more. If you can put the next slide, please. Thank you. I wanted to bring a couple of examples from Bulgaria and the disinformation that we see on Facebook. And I'm focusing only on Facebook because Facebook is the widest spread social platform in Bulgaria. It has about 4 million users, 4 million people are online regularly, which is more than half the population of the whole country. And so I have two examples to give. First is, as I call it, the curious case of Donald Tusk's grandpa. A couple of years ago, when Bulgaria took over the presidency of the EU, Donald Tusk came to Bulgaria to have a speech. And he spoke in a very nice, sweet Bulgarian, touching on every little piece of the Bulgarian soul, if you will, mentioning, the ancient times, and then Hristos Stoichkov, the football player, and Boyko Borisov, the then prime minister. Basically, it was a very lovely speech, and he spoke it in a very soft Bulgarian, which he was capable of doing as he's coming from Poland, and the languages have some similarities. What happened, though, was that positive reaction to his speech online. He spoke on a Friday evening, I believe, and almost immediately, there was an article or a status rather published by some woman on Facebook, which became very popular. I mean, it was shared thousands of times, it was viewed hundreds of thousands of times, and we tried to debunk this. The status was basically claiming, do you know who are you praising? His grandfather was a Nazi soldier. And there was a picture of somebody who actually looked like Donald Tusk, not like his father, a grandfather. So we did a little, within the Internet Society, we did a little research, and we found out that that's all fake news or disinformation. And we were able to find out that the original of this was a Polish politician who used this disinformation a few years ago, and then he was basically fired from his party or left his party, etc., etc. But then this information was revived by a Russian former journalist who'd been in jail and was out of jail by that time, and was spreading it in Russian, which was translated in Bulgarian. And the problem that we saw with Facebook was when we tried to debunk this and to share the facts to the same places where Facebook has shared the disinformation, we got a warning. The people who were trying to share it, we all got warnings that we seem to be sharing the same content over and over again, and our accounts will be banned or temporarily prevented from using Facebook if we don't stop doing that. So this was the first really big warning sign that we got. And then we did a test for the hate speech in Bulgarian, and it was already mentioned in the opening of this session that that the social platforms don't understand languages which are not based on English. I would say probably not English at all. We reported within the Internet Society, within a small project, we reported a number of contents which were clearly hate speech under any European or Bulgarian standards. And we found out that about 90% of the default answers from Facebook were that the speech is okay. The statuses are okay, there is no hate speech. And only when we requested reviews, which probably went to somebody who actually spoke Bulgarian, about 80% of those reported statuses were taken down. So what we see with this, and what we later realized by a documentary that we watched on one of the European TVs, is that Facebook hired people in the Philippines through some intermediate company, and these people have 8 seconds to decide if a status is against the standards of Facebook or the community standards or not. So clearly, within 8 seconds, they can never figure out a status which is not in English. So we did also, further down the road, we did 2 projects on COVID-19 last summer, in the summer of 2020, and then from October 2020 to May 2021. And we were shocked to find out how much disinformation there is and how difficult it is actually to tackle it. We managed to reach to about 1 million Bulgarians through those 2 projects. And we managed to spread information. I'm not going to go into too much details, but I think some of the data is really interesting. So we had about 1,100,000 minutes viewed of videos that we produced. And our videos were interviews, short interviews with the leading Bulgarian experts in spreading true factual information about COVID-19 and debunking some of the false information that is being spread online. However, regardless of our efforts, the number of people vaccinated in Bulgaria is still relatively small, and many people believe all this disinformation which is being spread online. However, it's also being spent in the traditional media, TV, radio, and newspapers, and we found out that regardless of the efforts that we put in combating it and tackling it in the online world, the traditional media still has a much broader audience, and it's very difficult to try to tackle it only online. We can go to the next slide, which is actually that we consider this work in progress because there is never going to be an end to tackling disinformation. Disinformation will always be with us. The only way of dealing with it is, as we are focusing in the expert group currently going on at the European Commission, is actually to reach out to the educational system and to try to start to explain to the people since they are very young, but also to their parents and their teachers, how they can spot disinformation and what is the need and how they can frame it and explain it to the kids so that they don't become victims of disinformation. Clearly, we have to use both traditional media, but also online media. And unfortunately, some of these technologies is actually developing much faster than those of us who are among the pioneers of the internet can actually adopt, if you will. Like teenagers are now using massively TikTok and other apps that most of us grown-ups are not using. So it's difficult to reach out and to make this possible. So in the next steps that we see is that we are counting on hopefully to be established in the next few days, Bulgarian government, which we see that some of the people who are the big, I would call them fact checkers, but also truth tellers, are now within the parliament. Unfortunately, they are accompanied there with some politicians and political parties which are spreading disinformation. So we'll see in this fight whether they could prevail. And this is the key point here, which is how we can motivate and how we can organize the people who are providing the factual information to actually do more, and how we can disincentivize, if you will, and make sure that when somebody says something which is factually not correct or straightforward lie, they're being confronted and challenged. And we count a lot on the associations and organizations like the Association of European Journalists in Bulgaria and others of this kind, which have to reach out to their members and journalists and anchors, TV and radio, hosts of popular shows to be able in real time to ask the right questions to the people who are spreading disinformation. Now, this is going to be a very difficult task, and I cannot speak for other Balkan countries, but definitely for Bulgaria, because most of those people who are spreading disinformation are doing it in a way that is coming through some mainstream media channels, and we don't see an opportunity for us to actually go and tackle it and combat it on their turf, because when they fight for more viewers and more visitors, the easiest way to do it is to publish something or to say something which is outrageous and which brings people to make comments and stuff like that. And I will finish, and I want to open the floor if there are any questions from the other panelists, but also to say that, and you can put the next slide so people can have a look at my email if they have questions, but we do hope that we can have a discussion which will continue for quite a while, but we can also reach out to the media and tell them that when they open their platforms, when they put down discussions and allow people and trolls and people who spread disinformation to browse and to make comments without any control, that's actually not freedom of speech. I mean, limiting them or editing their or making a comment that, you know, whatever they're saying is not factually correct. This is not censorship, but this is actually defending the other participants, the people who want access to information, from not being able to have it. Because in a conversation online, the trolls and the people who spread disinformation are the ones who are actually the ones that are more vocal, and their voice is being more heard because they're yelling sometimes, you know, they're occupying all the space. And I want to, without revealing too much of our work within the Internet Society, I want to tell you that early next year, we're expecting to publish a report based on observations from the comments of the people who we have spotted as being trolls in the previous campaigns that we did online. And we have a couple of really good researchers getting all the data that we collected about those trolls and preparing a report that we are hopeful to publish sometime in February or March, which we were lucky to get the support of the US State Department with some small funding to help us put together a team to go through the data and figure out what actually is happening and why are there so many trolls and so many people spreading disinformation online. I will finish here. I don't know how Sylvia and others, how we proceed from now on.
Thank you, Veni. That was a really insightful talk and a great introduction and overview of the problem. As we are a bit over time at the moment, I will straight move on to our next speaker, and hopefully we have time for questions at the end. So Maria Bielikova, it is my great pleasure to introduce you, and please go ahead. We look forward very much to hearing about your work.
Thank you. In this short talk or just information about AI research and on addressing disinformation in Central Europe, I will not speak about Bulgaria, but hearing Vinny, we are in Slovakia and Central Europe, I mean Czech Republic, Poland, Slovakia, post-communist countries, very, very similar to you, and almost all what helots. So I will start with, I will speak about our project SEDMO. We are hub in EDMO European initiatives, but first I will tell you a few words about my current workplace because it's somehow connected as well. Last year we established in Slovakia Kempelen Institute of Intelligent Technologies, which is new initiatives. It's what is different. What we had before is primarily financed by private sector. We are researchers based on a university before, and what we do is doing a bridge between academia and industry, concentrating and circulating talents. And one of our quite important topics is disinformation. Actually, in KINIT, we have 5 teams at the moment, and in the topic of disinformation, these 3, as they are depicted, are involved. So we are pretty much oriented towards user modeling, web and user data, natural language processing, and what is something, at least in Slovakia, in this part of Europe, new. We have team on ethics and human values, because all these issues are really very sensitive, doing data ethics assessments and so on. I personally, I am in domain of personalization more than 20 years, and personalization is one of really most important factors on spreading disinformation. So I believe that we will not move to personalization of disinformation explicitly. That means that to create personalized disinfo web portals, but still we have problems with this. Continuing with the SEDMO, SEDMO is part of European Digital Media Observatory initiatives. You see Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Poland, as already mentioned. We are 8 partners. So what is quite important that besides Czech partners, the consortium is led by Charles University in Prague, KINIT, and University of Matěj Bell in University in Trnava is media partners, and we are in KINIT, we are responsible for AI-based support of fact-checking. This part is somehow distinguishing a bit our project from other hubs, because these EDMO hubs are based on fact-checking and media literacy, as these 2 activities are considered as quite important for moving forward with this problem of disinformation tackling. And we added to our project this issue, having a whole activity and some connections with other activities on AI-based support. And we added in KINIT monitoring online platforms as well. And what I want to mention here as well is that we have 2 partners outside Central Europe, which is French AFP for fact-checking, and Greek software company ATC, as we now have through them access to Truly Media, a collaborative platform for the analysis and especially the verification of digital content and disinformation that they provide together with Deutsche Welle. And we in KINIT are open in the similar way to to participate in other EDMO hubs. The call is recently out in this AI-based support, because I believe that we will be stronger and we will get more power to fact checkers if we will share the knowledge and we will use the not only scientific knowledge transforming to real tools, but sharing between different hubs and collaborating. Our problems are really very similar to problems in Bulgaria, so we focus on Slavic languages for this hub, Slovak, Czech, and Polish. And what we do is doing machine learning with limited label data and trying to overcome the problem with a lack of data, having our own platform for monitoring local online sources. And to finish this presentation, a few words about independent social media audits. This part is not directly present in our SEDMO project, but we consider it as really very important to move forward this topic. Having many initiatives of European Commission like Digital Services Act, when we really need to know more about platforms, one way to do is really independent black box audits. We already did some studies in this, and this will be our next topic together with local authorities as well. I will stop here because I see that we really don't have much time, and we'll leave place for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's a really insightful talk, and it brings us really nicely to the problem of, how can we address this? How can we address this issue with respect to Slavic languages and multi-stakeholder approaches? We're very much looking forward to learning from your knowledge and experience in SEDMO, because you were successful in obtaining that funding before. The Gate Institute is definitely interested and has already started working on a coalition of partners in the Balkans to try and emulate that success and create a similar center here in Bulgaria. We'll see whether we're successful or not, but of course there is a lot of scope for collaboration amongst all the organizations that are represented on today's panel, as well as many others that are working in that area in Bulgaria. So speaking of which, it's my great pleasure to introduce Katarina Klingova from GlobSec, where she's a senior research fellow of the Center for Democracy and Resilience. And without further ado, Katarina, we look very much forward to hearing about your work in the area.
Thank you very much, Kalina, for the invitation and a really nice introduction. Thank you very much for the organizers for the opportunity to be here and share our research. Yes, I have a slide presentation. So I'll be talking about the vulnerabilities in Balkan countries. Next slide, please. Our data comes from the fact that since 2015, we've been analyzing disinformation and information operations in the region. We've been conducting public opinion polls, very specific public opinion polls since 2016, which were titled GlobSec Trends. We conduct focus group discussions, and a few weeks ago, we published a new report, a big report called GlobSec Vulnerability Index. Next slide, please. When it comes to GlobSec Trends and GlobSec Vulnerability Index, we've looked into 8 countries, in particular Bulgaria, Czechia, Hungary, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Romania, Serbia, and Slovakia. And we looked into socio-political vulnerabilities within these countries and how they are being utilized by foreign malign actors, in particularly Kremlin and Beijing. So how our own vulnerabilities are being utilized against us We analyze these vulnerabilities in 5 dimensions: public attitudes, political landscape, public administration, information landscape, and civic and academic space. We try to measure these vulnerabilities on a scale from 0 to 100, where 0 presented resilience and 100 presented the vulnerability. Next slide. As you can see on this map, the most resilient countries, according to our index, are Czech Republic and Romania, closely followed by Slovakia. On the other side of the spectrum of the vulnerability is Serbia, and in general, we see that there's a big difference between the European countries and Western Balkan countries, with Hungary being an outlier and scoring similarly to Montenegro. If you're interested in the data, and if you want to read a lot of country chat, please go to the website vulnerabilityindex.org, and you can explore all our findings. You can compare the countries according to various dimensions, and you can read and download the country reports, the comparative reports, but also recommendations of what could be done and how to increase resilience in these countries, developed by us and our partners in particular countries. Next slide, please. So what did we find out? We found out that in all of the countries, it is the public attitudes that are either the most important or most vulnerable point of vulnerability, or the second most point of vulnerability. A lot of people believe in various conspiracy theories. There is a widespread distrust in how the system and democracy works. There's a widespread distrust in the system. When it comes to political leadership, they're very much pro-European oriented once they're in the government. However, in Western Balkan countries, more and more people are sympathetic to cooperation with Russia and China, and the narratives about the European Union, but also about Russia and China, very much change once the politicians or political parties are part of the opposition, leave the government, and we see that people are becoming more and more critical towards the Euro-Atlantic orientation or Euro-Atlantic entities, and they are much more open and positively talk about Russia and take over a lot of disinformation narratives. When it comes to public administration, we found out there is a widespread low situational awareness. There are in the whole region, but especially in Western Balkan countries, there's not many people that eventually understand the concept of information operation hybrid threats. There are no capacities of public institutions that deal with these projects. Outdated legislations is widespread. This legislation often doesn't cover online environment, and it is a huge problem. Next slide, please. When it comes to the information space, and this is something that already Veni pointed out, we found out that more and more disinformation has become a part of a public discourse because of the fact that more and more politicians are actively using disinformation, conspiracy theories in order to lure some of the voters and some of the societal groups. And that's problematic because, more and more mainstream media is actively then spreading disinformation. We also found out that the presence of disinformation correlates with the presence of influence of pro-Kremlin actors. And really, a lot of people believe in various conspiracy theories. In many countries, especially in Western Balkan countries, there are attempts to state capture media, public broadcasters, and that has a huge impact on the perception of independence of media and the work. When it comes to civil society, there's a huge polarization. A lot of civil societies are demonetized and witch hunted, especially if they promote particular liberal policies. In many countries, government organized or government-controlled non-governmental institutions or think tanks are being established, which then peddle further many pro-governmental narratives or disinformations, and there's an increasing restriction in academic space. Orthodox Church plays an important role when it comes to promotion of pro-government narratives and conducting a lot of smear campaigns against liberal policies and promoting traditional values, which to a certain level is understandable, but then you know, a lot of people believe in conspiracy theories. Next slide, please. This is just more granular data when it comes to the public attitudes. As you can see, the most vulnerable are Serbians, closely followed by Bulgarians, Montenegrins, and North Macedonians. Next slide, please. And when we look more into closely, we see there's a big difference in how countries perceived a threat. Whom do they perceive as a threat, as a friend, and whom as a foe? In Western Balkan countries, it is the United States that are perceived as a threat for the countries. Next slide, please. Another thing that we found out is that there's a widespread lack of understanding of China's activities in the region, and understanding of you know, what kind of threat they could pose in future for their country. Czechia was the only country where majority of the respondents perceived China as a threat. In Bulgaria, 3% perceived China as a threat. As you can see from the chart, 84% in Serbia do not perceive China as a threat. Next slide, please. With COVID-19, we saw that China especially was very good in and very successful in image projection of how they contribute, how they help countries in the region. Especially they were successful in the Western Balkan countries, as you can see on the chart, where or in case of Serbia, majority of respondents thought that China, not the EU, eventually handled the COVID-19 pandemic better. And this is something that they were very successful in. Next slide, please. And this is closely connected to the spread of various conspiracy theories in the region connected to COVID. This chart is an average of various conspiracy and disinformation theories, questions we polled in all the countries, and as we can see once again that the Western Balkan countries are more susceptible to conspiracy theories. More respondents believe in them. That makes them more vulnerable. Next slide, please. With this, I mean, it's very important, and what is a bit of a worrying trend is that due to the image projection, due to the conspiracy theories that are being actively spread, more and more people in Central and Eastern Europe are thinking or considering of Chinese regime as an inspiration for their country, which is a bit worrying because they really do not really uphold the human rights and some of the liberal principles. Of course, there are big differences, but 30% in Romania, 25% in Bulgaria are already for such ideas. Next slide, please. And this is closely connected with another warning sign that we observed, that increasing more respondents in Central and Eastern Europe are openly supporting the autocratic leadership. On this chart, you can see that in 5 out of 6 countries, we did the polling in the support for strong autocratic leader who doesn't have to bother with parliament or election has increased. Within 5 months, we did the pollings in between in some countries significantly. And once again, Bulgaria, Romania are leading such in the region. Next slide, please. But what can we do about it? And this is something that already my former speakers, pointed it out. We need to be much more present in the region. Russia and China are just filling the void of lack of communication, lack of information of what are the public institutions or what are the institutions European Union and NATO doing. So we really need to work and improve our PR and our strategic communication. We need to raise awareness and we need to build awareness of public servants, but also of the teachers who then spread a lot of conspiracy theories or disinformation towards their students. We need to openly talk about the activities of Russia and China in the region. Next slide, please, because they're still not a part of the public debate. We need to really push on the social media platforms to adhere to their own rules and transparency measures, even in such a small countries as we are, because democracies in our countries matter similarly as they matter in bigger countries as the United States or France. And we need to demonetize disinformation because a lot of people are making a lot of money by spreading conspiracy theories. So this is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. There's my email. You can write me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katarina. That was a really insightful talk and helped us to understand the citizen perspective of the problem and why it's so important to be addressed. So it is my great pleasure now to move on to the presentation by Ralica Kovacheva, who is an associate professor at Sofia University. And since May 2021, she has been the editor-in-chief of the only platform in Bulgaria dedicated solely to fact-checking. And this is FactCheck BG. So we're very much looking forward to finding out more about this really important effort in that space. Thank you, Ralica. Over to you.
Thank you, Kalina. Thank you all for having me here. I think I will follow the lead of the previous speakers and add some practical insights to this, I think, very thoughtful and very deep observations and very rightful also, stated by the previous presentations. This is how our website looks in Bulgarian and in English. This is slightly a different version because not all of our texts have been translated yet in English. We are operational only since the end of May this year. That's around 6 months now. So we are a very young project. FactCheck BG is an initiative of the Association of Europeans in Bulgaria. Our goal is to we don't pretend that we could do all the job needed here, but we would like to motivate our colleagues, journalists, citizens themselves to engage with fact-checking themselves. To that end, what we do is, first of all, fact-checking. This is our main and routine job every day. That means specific claim is fact-checked and a clear verdict is pronounced. The second activity is debunking. This is a more deeper research in a longer time frame on how disinformation narratives appear and disseminate. I will present you some examples later. And the next thing is pre-bunking. This is kind of a new activity, especially here in Bulgaria. That means we collect the facts on some complicated topics and provide these facts before the disinformation proliferates. We kind of want to predict where it is possible to have a disinformation wave and focus our efforts there. A few words about pre-bunking. This is disinformation, anti-disinformation vaccine. It's needed to provide the facts, to alarm, to warn the public where is disinformation is possible to appear, and then to wrap up again with the facts in order to put the focus on the correct facts and not on the disinformation. We have a section called the facts about. This is mainly the pre-banking section on our website. We deal with issues like EU green certificate, of course, COVID-19 and COVID vaccines, the Green Pact, the European Green Pact, the EU foreign policy, human rights, and things like that. As you see, mostly big, important EU issues, because we think, as previous speakers said, we have to teach people to understand better how the EU is functioning. People here do not understand this. So they are very vulnerable to these disinformation messages, especially we saw them during the 3 election campaigns we had this year, that the EU is kind of, it is dictating something, and it is, of course, bad for Bulgaria to follow and to be a member of the Union in general. Disinformation debunking. We have some very good research efforts here on, of course, COVID disinformation, anti-EU and anti-NATO propaganda on the Bulgarian online media and social media. And we could see now, based on our research, that profiles and groups that spread this kind of disinformation are connected. The same profiles or groups share anti-EU disinformation and also anti-vaccine disinformation. So it is possible, especially for some institutions with these resources, to follow not only the narratives as we do, but to follow the money. And of course, fact checks. Most of our articles are examples of fact checks. 2 examples here. One of the latest: no, vaccines do not increase the risk of spreading serious illness or death to the unvaccinated. For example, you know, this is very, very popular in Bulgaria. Something on how we work. Our methodology follows the IFCN principles, the International Fact-Checking Network. Everything is very clearly and in a very detailed manner described on our website, so the audience could read this and could judge by itself if to trust us or not. But these principles concern impartiality and integrity, editorial independence, transparency of methodology. For example, how do we select what claims to check, or how we select sources to base our checks on, and things like that. The type of verdicts, if something is true or not true, or partially true, or is not checkable, because it's not fact-based. We have a clear communication with readers and correction policy. So if a correction is needed to be made in our articles, it is described in detail in the article. We do not change the article without explaining to our readers why this is changed or something has been added to it. And of course, transparency of funding. As you know, non-government organizations in Bulgaria and in the region are kind of suspected for working for foreign interests, foreign agencies, foreign countries. This is very, our narrative. We have been called Sorosoids or traitors and things like that. So we provide a detailed explanation of our funding. We are funded by grants, so our readers could read it and know who is paying for our job, and if our job is influenced by the sponsors. It is very easy to spot if you read our text. What we have done, we have over 80 articles for this 6 months, which is a very good average rate. We have also a deep Facebook page reach and followers, 1 letter from a reader per week, which I think is very good. Recently, we hired, engaged with our work 2 high school students in order to be able to go on TikTok, for example, so to find and address disinformation proliferating there among the young people. Most pressing challenges ahead. I think the first one is to build a community of experts, journalists, and influencers, because we are very, very motivated but very small team, and job is to enhance this practice, this fact-checking practice, and to make it sound and look routine to Bulgarian media. So we would like to add more journalists to our community and to work with more media, of course. Also with more experts, because we always need experts in order to check and to verify some information in Bulgarian media or online on social media. Something that would be very, very, very important, but I'm afraid it's kind of impossible. It's to break Facebook echo chamber and filter bubbles, because now people who read us are people very similar like us, educated people, media literate people, but not the people who really, really need the correct facts and disinformation debunking. And also we need to de-COVID the content and engage more with local political fact-checking. The reasons have been very clearly stated by Veni, so I only could support him in this. And where you could find us on our website, of course, on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ralica. It's really exciting to see how we have a wonderful new fact-checking initiative evolving and hopefully thriving in the future in Bulgaria. Because when we first got to know each other and discuss collaborations and joint work research, that was back about a year ago. At that time, there were actually no fact-checkers in Bulgaria. And it is great to see that things are finally moving in the right direction. And thank you really so much for taking the lead in that effort. So last but not least, I'd like to introduce Milena Dobreva, who is a senior researcher at the GATE Institute, and we'll discuss what are the kinds of challenges that we have addressed with trying to continue starting from debunks and trying to build some technology to assist fact checkers and other stakeholders fighting disinformation in Bulgaria. Thank you, Milena. Over to you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm sorry, my voice is a bit breaking, but I hope that you will hear me well enough. I'm presenting on behalf of myself and also Irina Temnikova, who is an experienced researcher with us, and our 3 student interns, Silvia Gargova, Christiana Krsteva, and Ivo Džumerov. We are very privileged to work with young people and to get them engaged in this topic. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I have three main topics in my presentation. The first one is to give a little bit more of a background on the topic. The second is to give a bird's eye view on what we have done in the last few months, and then to discuss what we plan to do in the future. So to add to some of the notes we already heard from our previous speakers, Bulgaria is also ranked very low in the European Media Literacy Index for 2021. We heard that we are among the countries with relatively higher vulnerability from Katarina. And although we are very happy to have our first national fact checker, we also heard from them. Actually, we have quite low visibility. For example, when we check aggregations of fact checks on COVID, which, for example, the Pointer Institute is doing, there are only 6 related to Bulgaria from over 9,000 fact checks, and actually they don't come from our national sources. Every fact check which is related to Bulgaria comes from an international player in the field. So there is more which can be done there. Next slide, please. One of the negative cultural things we contributed to the topic is the term cyber balkanization, which is seen as these little turf wars between many small groups which have similar perspectives, but also a narrow-minded approach. In a way, we all suffer from this quite visibly when one explores what is happening in our media and social media. And I only wanted to give one small example with an image. We all know that images are supposed to be better than 1,000 words, but this one is clearly confusing. I'll translate the Bulgarian equivalent to a vaccine which says onion or garlic for our international viewers. But if we look at the connection between the country flags and the vaccines, it's totally misleading whether this is who created the vaccine or the most popular vaccine in those countries. So this is just one local example which brings several issues at once. Next slide, please. So motivated by this situation, we started working with our little team, and obviously there is a lot going on internationally, and we can see a paradox. We have some excellent Bulgarian institutions which participate in the creation of tools which help to identify disinformation in English, but they still haven't done this for Bulgarian. We cannot just take something which works for another language and apply it to Bulgarian. And as Professor Ilieva mentioned, introducing this topic, we actually look at how low resourced languages can advance in this domain. Bulgarian is, of course, our priority. Next slide, please. What is our ambition? So we want to develop tools which will support the disinformation detection for Bulgaria, and we seek to have societal impact on a range of stakeholders, with our final goal obviously being serving the citizens most. What do we need to achieve this ambition? Well, we need data sets, instruments, and models. Next slide, please. And we started collecting them. We have done work with 2 data sets, one which has 52,000 tweets. I'm not going to discuss this in detail because you will see more details in the video which will be played after our session. Another interesting thing we did is to extract some disinformation posts from Facebook in Bulgarian, and to do some experiments with how we can annotate them following the annotations of the first draft report, which is quite famous to everyone who is in this domain. Next slide, please. So the annotation exercise, sorry, I stepped ahead. As a sideline, we discovered that when one searches for well-curated data sets, they're actually not necessarily well described. So one of our outcomes is a model we propose to characterize data sets so that researchers can discover them better and see how they're similar or different. Next slide, please. In our classification experiment, we took groups of equal sizes in 4 categories according to the first draft categories. And we asked people to annotate them. These were not random people. They were early stage researchers and librarians. Next slide, please. So we had these 4 groups with equal number of posts in them. Plus, we allowed people to add another category. As you can see from the diagram, the various groups don't show actually no group classified these posts in the same way we did. Next slide, please. And this little experiment also confirms that the most, how to say, diversion is that people see as conspiracy theory content many of the posts which actually relate to other topics. Next slide, please. We also organized some educational events. So we had a very successful summer school, lots of happy faces here, and we did some professional training for librarians, which confirmed the big need to have more educational programs offered to different types of stakeholders. Next slide, please. And we arrived to our future plans. So we started collecting and curating data sets. We started experimenting with various tools, and we also started offering some educational programs. I will second Benny and will say that in my personal opinion, the education is the big answer. Whatever tools we have, we need educated people who would know how to use these tools and also how to reason. UNESCO does quite a lot of work in this domain, so maybe we can look at what they offer as a curriculum, which is not really adopted in Bulgaria. And in the next year, we will consolidate these different components and look more into the impact of misinformation and disinformation on various, to support various stakeholders and also the citizens. So next slide, please. This research is part of the intelligent government. So here you see more people and 2 topics which actually can learn from each other. And this is my final slide. There is more we will be able to share in the next year. I'm giving the floor back to Kalina to close this session.
Thank you very much, Milena. That was a really insightful presentation. So as you said, we would like to next invite you to get some more details on this work in the videos that will follow. Due to the fact that we've run out of time, I think the best way forward is for me to say thank you very much for all the speakers. I have many questions, but I think what we can say for sure is that where we were last year when we did this a similar panel exactly 1 year ago, the situation was not as far evolved as it is now. There weren't so many people who have progressed so much in the area of working on countering disinformation in Bulgarian. So on a personal level, I think I'm very hopeful that once we meet again in a year's time from now, there'll be even more exciting results to show. So thank you very much. Let's all keep in touch and collaborate around this important topic and try to amplify each other's efforts to the best effect. So have a lovely day and thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Kalina, and all the participants. Thank you, Veni, and all the participants in this session. So we came to the end of our conference today. I would like to thank you all for being part of GATE event. Many special gratitude to all the moderators, the keynote speakers, the panelists, and for the interesting insights they presented, for the inspiring discussions in all the sessions. We discussed our vision, the future, the challenges, and we're looking for next year for our event to see where we are and what we'll achieve during this period. And I hope you enjoyed the second GATE event, Big Data and AI Forum, and it will lay the foundation for many valuable research collaborations and partnerships. So follow us on our website, on the social media for next events dedicated to the specific research topics we are working on. So stay safe and enjoy the coming holidays. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Milena Dobreva. I am an associate professor and an experienced researcher at GATE Institute. And today I will introduce for all of you the research topic of disinformation. We are still quite young in this area. Actually, our institute is still quite young, but this is the last addition to our research domains and to our flagship projects. In this area, we started building our team and expanding it this year. This is the summer of 2021. And I have the pleasure to work with lovely young people, Dr. Irina Temnikova, and our student interns, Sylvia Gargova, Christiana Nikolaeva, and Ivo Jumerov. You will hear all of them a little bit later on this topic. My task is to introduce what we are trying to achieve in this area. As everyone follows what's happening around, this topic became quite crucial in our everyday lives today, and we speak not only currently about the pandemic of COVID, but also about the pandemic of disinformation, which comes on various topics which are very important for our lives. There are plenty of researchers who are trying to build tools which help to discover and to stop the spread of disinformation. And these tools are working for other languages. Of course, there is a lot of work done on English, but currently we don't have very good instruments which would help to analyze social media content and media content in Bulgarian and discover potential sources of incorrect information. So our little team is working in this area, and we need to do quite a lot of different pieces of work in order to be successful. First of all, we need to extract our data, to clean them, because every time you extract data, you need to make sure that what you're processing actually is correct. And you will hear about this from Sylvia and from Ivo. Then we are starting with an analysis of the language of the content, and this is the work which Christiana is doing. And finally, we do a transition to building automated tools for classifying social media content, and you will hear more about this from Irina Temnikova.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Gargova and I'm studying artificial intelligence at Sofia University. I'm one of the scholars from the DeepMind Scholarship Program. Here at GATE, I'm part of the Disinformation Research Group. We study the spread of disinformation in social media platforms used in Bulgaria. What I'm working on is data extraction and cleaning. We collect data from two social media platforms, Facebook and Twitter. We use CrowdTangle to gather posts from Facebook. The posts come from Bulgarian public groups and pages with keywords COVID-19 and vaccine in Bulgarian language. The period is from September 2020 to March 2021. We created a small data set of 1,200 posts and then we annotated it by category. Annotation is the activity where we assign posts to different categories. For example, posts discussing the freedoms of the citizens or posts suggesting there is a conspiracy theory at work. These annotations are done by humans and then can help later to train algorithms in classifying posts. The posts from Twitter were extracted with the Twitter API. We used the keywords vaccine and vaccines in Bulgarian. The period is from May 2020 to March 2021. Currently, we have a dataset of almost 53,000 tweets. This was surprising because Facebook is a lot more popular than Twitter in Bulgaria. We started to explore the data and selected a subset of 3,000 tweets, which were analyzed by Ivo and Christiana, who explored what is most interesting about the content and the language. This detailed work helps to understand better the data we're dealing with. We use human analysis and a combination of automated and manual processing to identify posts in other languages using the Cyrillic alphabet. A challenge we ran into was that some of the posts were not available in the time of analysis, but were there when we harvested them. This may be because the user restricted the content or because it was deleted or banned by the platform. Even some of the links mentioned in the posts do not exist anymore. Another challenge is the language identification in the dataset from Twitter. At first glance, it's noticeable that there are messages in other languages, like Macedonian or Russian. We tried different language identification tools, and although their accuracy is quite high, over 90%, we still have to check for errors manually. Our work will support natural language processing research on Bulgarian language. Bulgarian is not generally the focus of NLP, however, the community will benefit if more datasets were available for training and evaluation, as currently there is only one. We will be sharing our datasets with everyone else interested to apply different analytic techniques.
Hi, I'm Ivo and I'm studying Bulgarian philology at the University of Plovdiv. I'm an intern at the Gate Institute, and at the moment I'm working in the research area of disinformation in social media. We are studying the spread of disinformation in some of the social media platforms used in Bulgaria, and we are trying to find some patterns and to create models. In my work, I use my expertise in linguistics to detect the language of disinformation and clickbait. Also, being a native speaker, I use my knowledge to detect and manually annotate messages written in Bulgarian. Till now, we have annotated a subset of 3,000 messages out of more than 52,000. Furthermore, we have found a cluster of websites, about 50, built and designed for one and only purpose, clickbait. During the process, I have faced a couple of challenges. First, about 4% of all the annotated messages on Twitter lead to web pages which do not offer any content. These are potential clickbaits, as you can imagine, and we needed to manually follow each link from each message. Second, about 20% of our batch of messages is in a language different from the Bulgarian. For example, Macedonian, Russian, Mongolian, Tajik, and several other languages. In order to solve the problems I have faced, I have used manually processing and making observations on the language used in the messages. In my opinion, our most important results are the following. First, as Sylvia has already said, our work will support machine learning and natural language processing research on the Bulgarian language. In addition, a list of suspicious clickbait websites has been made and could be added to a bigger data set in the future. And finally, we have identified some of the main characteristics of the clickbait messages. And to sum up, I believe that we have done well and have contributed to the development of NLP research on the Bulgarian language. I am grateful to the Gate Institute for giving me the opportunity to participate in the project, and I would like to thank all the members of the team for the help they are providing me with. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, I'm Christiana and I'm an intern at the Gate Institute in Sofia. My current role is to support the team of Milena Dobreva, Sylvia Gargova, Irina Temnikova, and Ivo Jumerov with linguistic research. As someone involved in fundamental linguistics, my main goal is to find and define the systematic differences of Bulgarian for fake information in comparison to other languages for fake information, like English, for example. This is important for further research as it gives us the basic language-specific knowledge we need to make our automatic tools more precise in the recognition of fake news. So what we've done so far in terms of the methods and the results we've achieved is an analysis of 3,000 tweets that we modeled and later on applied the model to a bigger corpus of 52,000 tweets. I'm also working on a bag of words model in deep syntax on the whole corpus. Although these results aren't final, we have strong ground to think that Bulgarian for fake information is more complex than English for fake information in at least 3 areas. More complex phrases with emotional words, deeper syntax in the verbal phrase, and more adverbials. So it's also important to talk about the problems and the setbacks that we've encountered. Bulgarian is a low-resource language in terms of the fact that there are few respondents that speak it, 6.8 million people around the globe. Bulgarian hasn't been worked on systematically in terms of the language of fake information. Other languages that use the Cyrillic alphabet are also posing a problem for us because Twitter or Facebook or other social media platforms don't really differentiate between the different languages that use Cyrillic alphabet. So there are also insufficient number of resources for models like the bag of words model, for example, especially in terms of stop words. So we also need to work on that to further clarify these lists and to make them more functional. Thank you very much for your time, and if you are interested in our work, come join our team.
Hello, my name is Irina Temnikova, and I'm an experienced researcher at the Gate Institute. I also work on disinformation detection, as my other colleagues are doing. Let me tell you about what is my work on. I'm basically the last step after everything which my colleagues have done, and specifically, I use natural language processing, machine learning techniques, which are enriched with psycholinguistic knowledge, linguistic knowledge, and real-world knowledge. What I use these knowledges for? I do the following tasks. I work on detecting deliberate disinformation, recognizing fake texts, and creating automatic ways to find online evidence and fact-checking. There are some challenges which we as a team and me personally are facing. Let me tell you about them. The first challenge is that disinformation is a specific term, and it means the deliberate spread of fake information. We have to detect its intent, not only its fakeness. Another problem is that many methods verify the text by comparing them with official media, but often the media are biased or they can be wrong. Also, another problem is that their natural language processing work on Bulgarian, but there are no natural language processing tools for processing social media for Bulgarian. So we have to develop such tools or adapt existing ones. Why is this done? Because the social media has a different language from the one used for the other tools which are already developed. Specifically, the other tools are trained on literature, on news articles which have a fluent text, no orthographic errors, while social media, as we know, is written in a very broken language, broken syntax. There are specific terms, part of the internet slang, and for this reason we basically need specific tools. What successes we have achieved until now? First of all, I'm very happy that I can finally work on Bulgarian language. This is very intuitive and relevant to me, and thus I can find easy solutions and spot the problems. Another success which we had was to actually organize a very nice summer school, which we organized in July this year. It was done by an interdisciplinary team of researchers, including me, and also the students who were coming from these different disciplines. The summer school also exactly on detecting this information in social media and also in the official media. Another success which we had was that we have we have identified various language identification tools for Bulgarian social media, and we have identified the best one. We did this with Sylvia and Ivo, and they will probably talk about this. I have also identified some other natural language processing tools for Bulgarian, and we are testing them, for example, part-of-speech tagger. I have also found some interesting solutions to fact-check using information beyond using official media, and I have also discovered interesting solutions to recognize deliberate disinformation, yet its intent. In summary, my research is actually quite interesting because I work on a language which is native to me and in a reality which is very relevant to my life. And also we have achieved nice successes, we have identified tools, we have developed resources, and we also are looking forward to actually work on some more interesting research. My next steps are thus to actually use the dataset which my colleagues have collected and run classifiers on it. By running classifiers, I'm planning to actually identify which are the topics which occur in this dataset. We also want to analyze the dataset for deliberate disinformation, collect large datasets on important topics for the Bulgarian society, and work on solutions for example, for cross-lingual fact-checking. I also have many other interesting tasks in mind, but I will not talk about all of them right now. If you feel interested in what we are doing, you can follow our website, our publications, or you can come to work with us.
So after listening to my colleagues, you now have an idea about the various aspects of our work. As I already said, our team is still quite young, but we will continue working, and you will hear more about this in the future. Stay tuned, join us in our events. We also organize periodically some training events. In the last year, we had a very successful summer school which attracted early stage researchers and librarians. We also did some specialized sessions to train librarians. So we will continue doing all this, and if you're interested in this topic, get in touch with us. We also look for other people to work with, so you're welcome to join us.